Okay, welcome to the January 26th board meeting. I'd like to call it to order at 4:00 p.m. And Mr. Seychow, can we have Mr. Rakestraw, sorry, can we have a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Yes, ma'am. Student Director Simmons, Student Director Vasquez, Director Lotta,
Present.
Director Williams, Director Hutchinson, Director Barry,
Present.
Director Thompson, Vice President Batchelor,
Here.
President Brohard.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. And Mr. Seychow, can we have Mr. Hollis, can we have a translation check, please?
Yes, Madam President. For tonight's meeting, we have 2 languages available for live interpretation. They are Arabic and Spanish. We also have a translation closed caption feature available on Zoom that you can use by clicking the closed caption icon on your Zoom taskbar. With that, we will move on to announcements for interpretation. We will start with Arabic. I will lower all attendees' hands on Zoom. Please only raise your hand if you need the language which is being announced, which is Arabic, and I will ask Ms. Saleh if she could come off of mute and give the interpretation announcement for Arabic.
Of course. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أهلا وسهلا بكم في اجتماع الليلة للحصول على الترجمة باللغة العربية. رجاء اتباع التعليمات التالية. في أسفل الشاشة ابحث عن الدائرة على شكل الكرة الأرضية، اضغط عليها ثم اضغط على الترجمة واختر اللغة العربية. إذا كنت تستخدم الهواتف الذكية في أسفل الشاشة هناك 3 نقاط عند كلمة مور، اضغط عليها ثم على كلمة الترجمة واختر اللغة العربية. الرجاء كتم الصوت الأصلي لتستمع إلينا بوضوح. إن كنتم تحتاجون إلى الترجمة باللغة العربية فبإمكانكم الضغط على أيقونة اليد الصفراء لنتمكن من خدمتكم. شكرا. Arabic is done.
Thank you, Ms. Saleh. Checking the attendees to see if there's any hands raised for Arabic interpretation. Seeing no hands, we will not start with Arabic interpretation at this time. Moving forward to Spanish, I will lower all attendees' hands on Zoom. Please only raise your hand if you need interpretation for the language being announced, which is Spanish. And I will ask Mr. Copenhagen if he can come off mute and give the interpretation announcement for Spanish.
Thank you. Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva del Distrito Unificado de Oakland. En este momento vamos a preguntar a los miembros de la audiencia si hay necesidad de ofrecer el servicio de traducción simultánea al español. Si necesitan interpretación, por favor levanten la mano virtual en este momento. Si no levantan la mano virtual en este momento, no se prestará el servicio durante la primera parte de la agenda. Si están teniendo alguna dificultad técnica para acceder al servicio, por favor avísennos, activen su micrófono o déjennos un mensaje a través de la caja de comentarios. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Copenhagen. Checking the attendees to see if there's any hands raised for Spanish interpretation. Seeing no hands, we will not start with any interpretation at this time. That concludes the interpretation check for the first interpretation check. We'll make more interpretation checks later on in the meeting, and I'll pass it back to Madam President.
Thank you. Tonight, we'll be recessed in closed session. We will discuss the following items: D1, 24-19-26, conference with labor negotiators; D2, 24-20, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation; D3, 25-0059, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation; D4, 25-0167, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. We will discuss public employee matters, D5, 24-1967, public employment, and public performance evaluation matters, D6, 23-1725, public employee performance evaluation, and D7, 24-1928, public employee performance evaluation. Pupil matters, D8, 23-2387, readmission, student D; D9, 240292, readmission, student F; D10, 240412, readmission, student T; D11, 25-0122, expulsion, student M; threat to public services or facilities matters, D12 23-1977, threat to public services at facilities. We will reconvene to public session at 5:30 p.m. Mr. Seychow, do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, we do. We currently have 2 speakers. We have Asalo Labala and Michelle Jeter. And how many minutes would you like to allocate?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Noted.
Good evening. I'm coming to you from Ask Me, and I'm asking, begging, and pleading that you guys speak with Gia and Janine so that they can close our contract. We are still at the table. This is 2 years we've been here. We have Joe Bates is willing to work all type of hours. She's willing to get this done, but we can't get it done when we have Janine, I'm in a meeting, or she doesn't respond, or she gives us something, but she responds to some of it and don't respond to other things. We just want our contract done. We're the food service workers for the kids. We're the paras here. We're the custodians here that open up your buildings. All we're asking for is a fair contract. And doesn't make any sense that everyone is done but us. We started off with Gia. Gia couldn't get it all done together. Okay, she was thrown into a position she couldn't get it done. But then we get Janine, and we're still not getting any further. And I've been here since November asking for some support from you guys to make people do their jobs or get someone in those positions to get it done. It's really not that hard. We're not asking for the world. We're just asking for a fair contract or someone to sit in to say, this is good, this is not gonna work. But we're sitting at the table every Wednesday. The contract was for us to be at the table every Wednesday to get this done. And that was 2 years ago. And we're still sitting here. But does OUSD show up to the table? No. And when they come to the table, they're there for 1 hour. These are people who work from home. I go to work every day. I get up every day at 7, and they have a choice whether they answer their phone or answer their emails or not even do that. All we're asking is for you guys to make them come to the table and finish this. That's it. Please help us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
It is my concern that the 3 students who are being considered for readmission may not have been given an opportunity to keep up with their academic studies. They may not have been given an opportunity to deal with the issue that brought them to the point of expulsion, and to guarantee at least that the behavior that caused the expulsion will not be repeated. So when you sit in that room to look at them coming back, what tools are going to be provided for them? What services and resources provided for them? Because they are behind. There's no doubt about it. And so I don't know how long they've been out, but I do know that when you ended the community school, you ended the opportunity for what I just addressed to be addressed as well. I'm also concerned about the child or young person who is being expelled. Expelled into what? No opportunity to keep up with classwork, no opportunity to deal with emotional traumas or mental issues or issues that cause them to be in the situation they're in presently, and no opportunity to help parents. Lastly, threat to public services or facilities. Last Friday, I was at Skyline for a basketball game. The bathroom sewer was running into the bathroom. I asked the administrator what they were going to do because it was also out in front of the school, toilet paper and human waste. The game continued. I was told by an administrator I could go home and come back, use my bathroom and come back. That game should have been canceled. There's no way raw sewer, and girls were in there changing their clothes. It was all over the place. So I was told the plumbing was going to take place, but that's absurd. I didn't get to see the game. I saw the junior varsity and the girls game, but I didn't see the varsity game. So we need to make sure under certain circumstances, when health safety is in place, we might have to cancel an activity. And that could be
Thank
a
you.
lawsuit.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers?
No, Chairperson Brohart, that complete the public speakers.
Okay, we will now recess to closed session, and we will return at 5:30. Okay, thank you for joining us for tonight's board meeting. Can I take a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Yes, on the roll call to establish quorum. Student Director Simmons. Okay. Let's make sure we're on the mic, please. Director Vasquez,
Present.
Director Latta,
Present.
Director Williams,
Present, sir.
Director Hutchinson, Director Barry,
Present.
Director Thompson,
Present.
Vice President Batchelor,
Here.
President Brohart.
Here.
Quorum present.
Thank you. And Mr. Hollis, can we have a translation check, please?
Yes, Madam President. For tonight's meeting, we had 2 languages available for live interpretation. They are Arabic and Spanish. We also have a translation closed caption feature available on Zoom that you can use by clicking the closed caption icon on your Zoom taskbar. With that, we will move on to interpretation announcements. We will start with Arabic. I will lower all attendees' hands. Please only raise your hand on Zoom if you need the language that's being announced, which is Arabic. And I will ask Ms. Abdi if she could come off mute and give the interpretation announcement for Arabic.
اوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نقدم لكم الليلة الترجمة باللغة العربية. الرجاء اتباع التعليمات والإرشادات التالية. أسفل الشاشة ابحث عن دائرة على شكل الكرة الأرضية، اضغط عليها ثم اختار كلمة الترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. أما إذا تستخدمون الأجهزة الذكية هناك 3 نقاط في أسفل الشاشة عند كلمة مور، اضغط عليها واختار كلمة الترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. الرجاء كتم الصوت الأصلي حتى تستمع إلينا بوضوح. إذا أنتم متواجدين هنا في الزوم الرجاء استخدام خاصية رفع اليد الصفراء حتى نقوم بخدمتكم وشكرا. Arabic announcement is done.
Thank you, Ms. Abdi. Checking the attendees to see if there's any hands raised for Arabic interpretation. Seeing no hands, we will not start with Arabic interpretation at this time. Moving forward to Spanish, I will lower all attendees' hands. Please only raise your hand if you need Spanish interpretation. Also, if you are in the public and you need a translation laptop, you can see the tech in the very back of the room if you are in need of a translation laptop. So with that, Spanish interpretation, I will ask Mr. De La Torre if you can come off of mute and give the translation announcement for Spanish.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Buenas tardes. Esta reunión cuenta con interpretación al español. Si alguno de ustedes necesita interpretación al español, por favor de levantar su mano para proporcionar el servicio si están virtualmente. Si están en la sala, por favor, ahí en la sala hay una persona que tiene aparatos electrónicos que les puede prestar para que ustedes escuchen la interpretación ahí en la sala también. Una vez que activen la interpretación, en la parte de abajo va a aparecer un globo terráqueo. Ustedes van a buscar la palabra español, van a dar clic en español para que puedan escuchar la interpretación. Si están en un celular u otro aparato, busquen los 3 puntos que están en una de las esquinas del aparato. Sigan los mismos procedimientos, por favor. Disfruten su junta. Spanish is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De La Torre. Checking the attendees to see if there's any hands raised for Spanish interpretation. Seeing no hands, we will not start with any interpretation at this time. We will make other announcements later on in the meeting for interpretation. And that concludes this interpretation announcement, and I pass it back to Madam President.
Thank you, Mr. Hollis. Before we begin, I'd like to emphasize the importance of respectful decorum, communication, and engagement at our board and committee meetings. The work of the board is serious business and impacts the everyday experiences of our students, staff, families, and broader community. It is critical that all of us, both up here on the dais and in the audience, model the respectful interactions that we would like to see our students have in their classrooms, on the play yard, and in athletic competitions. As we open tonight's meeting, I urge everyone present and planning to attend to review and abide by the board education protocols and meeting rules of engagement listed on pages 8 and 9 of tonight's agenda. We will address disruptions consistent with board policy and state law. Per board policy and government code, the board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the termination of an individual's privilege of addressing the board. Persistent disruption includes interrupting other members of the public when they are addressing the board at the podium. When there is persistent disruptive behavior by an individual or group, the individual group will be asked to discontinue the disruptive behavior. 2, they will be told that if the disruptive behavior persists, they will be asked to leave the meeting. And 3, if the individual refuses to leave upon request, they may be escorted from the room. But again, our goal is to conduct our meetings without taking these measures. We appreciate you all for honoring community norms of respect and decorum. The decorum, safety, and security of our meetings is the collective responsibility of all of us, and I'm grateful for our shared commitment to ensuring that our meetings bring us closer to achieving our district's mission and vision. Meeting rules of engagement for board members. Up to 3-minute speaking limit for board members. No mingling with the audience. Address comments to other board members. Focus on agenda items. Don't repeat what's been said. Always be respectful. No interruptions. Enforce the norm. And most importantly, model desired behavior. At tonight's meetings, there are several allotted times where you may make public comments, provided you pre-registered to speak online before the meeting started or if you filled out a comment card, which you can find on the table by the entrance. And you can submit those cards at any time. Closed session agenda items that were completed earlier. One, on item D2, number 24-2020, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The board did not take up this matter. On item D3, number 25-0059, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The board approved the settlement in this matter. Motion by President Brohard, seconded by Vice President Batchelor, and a vote of 5-0. On D4, number 25-0167, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. The board gave direction on this matter. The board did not take up the following items. Item D1, number 24-1926, conference with labor negotiators. Item D2, number 24-2020, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Item D5, number 24-1967, public employment, superintendent of schools. Item D6, number 23-1725, public employee performance evaluation, superintendent of schools. Item D7, number 24-1928, public employee performance evaluation, general counsel. On pupil matters, on items D8 through D11, the board heard these matters and will vote on the matters in public, in section K on the agenda. Threat to public services or facilities, on item D12, number 23-1977, threat to public services, the board discussed this matter. And with that, we're going to move, is there any public comment, right? No, okay. Sorry, I marked the wrong thing there. Next, are there any modifications to the agenda? Go ahead and read the ones we have. Are there any others? Okay. First, we're going to alter the order, if that's okay with the board. First, we'd like to honor William F. Bill Russell in the renaming of the Mack Gymnasium. Second, we'll have the student report. Third, the Measure N report. And then fourth, the rest of the agenda will continue as follows with the consent agendas and new business items. And then we are going to pull items L17, 24-3163, and item L19, item L31, 29, and 34. Are there any other modifications to the agenda? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. We will now move on to public comments on all non-agenda items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Are there any public speakers, Mr. Seychow?
Yes, President Brewhard, we have a total of 8 speakers. We have 3 registered speakers online, Mark Airgood, Tanya Kapner, and Ryan Smith. And then follow that, the next 2 speakers are Saulo Labala and Francisco Alvarado. Those are the first 5 speakers.
We can give 2 minutes each.
Let me unmute Mark Airgood. If you are ready, go ahead and unmute yourself to speak.
Yeah, this is Mark Airgood. I'm Equal Opportunity Now, by any means necessary, Civil Rights Caucus. I'm a virtual teacher at Sojourner Truth in high school, middle school, elementary school. I'm here, we have not gotten any projections at Sojourner Truth for enrollment for our elementary next year. We've got no numbers. We've gotten numbers for middle school and high school, but nothing for elementary. My concern is to ensure that there's not any attempt by the district to close down the elementary virtual program. It's providing a very important service for families, who have various concerns for their students, including COVID safety, including other health conditions, including bullying. And now with Donald Trump as president and launching an all-out national attack on undocumented immigrants, and including at school sites, hospitals, but especially at school sites, I think it's very important for the district to offer and continue to offer the virtual program. And so I'm speaking, I want assurances, and we want our numbers for elementary, assurances that it's going forward, and our numbers for the elementary program so that we can publicize and build and continue to strengthen the virtual program in Oakland. So that's it. That's why I'm speaking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Tanya Kaplan. Go ahead and unmute yourself to speak. Ms. Kapner, if you could unmute yourself to speak. If you're speaking, we are unable to hear you. President, should we move on to the next speaker? Next speaker is Ryan Smith.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Ryan Smith, and I am the first grade teacher at our virtual Sojourner Truth School. I am deeply concerned about the lack of enrollment numbers provided for our elementary program. If the district is considering closing the elementary section, I request transparency and that these numbers be provided to our principal, Mrs. Cabrera. Without this information, families are left in uncertainty. The Sojourner Truth Elementary program is a vital resource. One of my students who was temporarily homeless and living in hotels around the city found stability through our program. Another example of a student of mine, after losing a loved one, was able to continue learning while spending time with family abroad. Families rely on us for a safe, flexible option, whether for health reasons, bullying, or a close alternative to homeschooling with the support of credentialed teachers. Closing this program would harm our students, force families out of the district because they would likely move our students to another public virtual K-12 program. And this would also violate California Ed Code and the OUSD's 2019 board policy. I urge the board to provide enrollment numbers and preserve this essential program for the families who depend on it. And I also would like to invite the board to come visit my virtual classroom to see the great work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker we have is Asalo Olabala, Francisco Alvarado, Lee Thomas, Michelle Jitter, and Ben Tapscott.
I chose today to reiterate items that have been brought to you many times for which you have ignored these items. You have ignored the fact that Skyline High School has no evacuation plan in case of a wildfire. You have ignored that Rugsdale had violence going on in its campus. You were told about it, you did nothing, and 3 people were shot at that school, 1 died. You've ignored the plea of the principal at Piedmont Elementary School and myself that we needed to maintain Piedmont Child Development Center as a development center. You allowed the city of Oakland to have access for that property at no cost, and it's fallen through and you're doing nothing. You've ignored the fact that you have not played on the fact that you pay for transportation buses, almost like private buses, to bring some children to certain schools, and other children have to ride the public transportation system. You have ignored that the vice principal of McKinney, known as Principal McKinney, who was at McClymonds, recognized issues at McClymonds, and he had to sue you in order to get it done, and it's still, things are still not done at McClymonds. You have ignored the reparations for black students. It's fallen apart, and you're doing nothing to put it back in place. You've ignored calls by me related to the Frick School, where the black children are mandated to take language other than their English language. Dual language programs should not be mandatory, and I've asked you to deal with that. You've ignored it. You've ignored that the enrollment office purposely has told parents that McClymonds was full, and it wasn't full on many occasions. You've ignored the student suicide.
That's your 2 minutes.
The student suicide.
Thank you, Ms.
The student suicide at Lighthouse Chartered School.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Francisco Alvarado. I'm with the Office of Behavioral Health here with Oakland Unified School District, and I'm here to speak in favor of the CSMs to not be able to reduce those from 12 months to 11 months. From the Office of Behavioral Health, we deal with a lot of crises on a day-to-day basis. That range from domestic violence, human trafficking, suicide prevention, extreme drug usage, lack of access to food, community violence, and the list goes on. And usually, the first persons ahead of this crisis are the community school managers, CSMs. Now, all these crises do not stop during the summer. They continue. All the data shows that all what happens during the summer, it goes underreported because of lack of resources, because agencies are closing down. And by us following suit and reducing those 12 months to 11 months, now we're reducing resources to the families who are in desperate need of somebody to talk to connect them to somebody to provide the help that they need. So here in advocacy for the community school managers to stay at the 12 months with those who can, and for families who have access to these resources and not be able to be left and be fending for themselves. Community school managers are what makes OUSD a community school-based model. It is what drives people to come to the schools. It is what motivates students to keep going. Every time there's a new initiative, a new protocol, a new system, anything that comes out from the school board or from the district, the first person that we think of that's going to deliver these initiatives at the schools are the community school managers, the CSMs. And at a time when we need them to be more prepared, we're reducing more of their hours. So we encourage you all to please leave those 12 months from CSMs at 12 months and not to reduce them. It would be really difficult for us to do our managed crisis during the summer without the resources necessary for us to be there at the schools and engage with the families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, board. Just less than a year ago, I stood here in front of you guys as the then president of UAOS to work out a bargaining agreement to make sure that UAOS employees had good pay raises to do the job that they actually needed to do. Now, right now, the board is saying we are going to target a percentage of UAOS members and say the CSMs, we're going to take that pay away. Let me ask you, what would you do for 60 days if you had no income? Let me ask you, how would you take care of your family for 60 days if you had no income? Let me ask you, how would you take care of your kids, put food on the table, take care of daycare, and put them in summer camps if you had no income for 60 days? The decision that you will make right now is that is going to impact community school managers. But let's put the pay aside right now. Let's talk a little bit about what you heard. I, as a community manager myself, work with families directly in the summer because many things are shut down. Just alone, I've had 3 women in my office this year that had to file domestic violence charges because they were scared. The community school manager does that. The community school manager delivers food in the summer. The community school manager makes the contact with those people. If you have not fully engaged to find out what a community school manager does, I ask you to do that. This is not about just a little bit of money. This money that you want to take away from 70+ community school managers, it is budget dust. It is budget dust compared to what you will be doing all summer to take care of your people and take care of your employees. Let's not lose the morale of people who are dedicated to work here and serve the people of Oakland and serve the families of Oakland. And lastly, I ask you to abide by the contract you signed. You signed that contract, and if you couldn't have signed and forwarded that contract, you shouldn't have did it, because right now it looks like a bait and switch. UAS was only weeks away from going on strike, and it looks like you signed that contract to keep principles in place, and now you're coming to take a little bit off the top. Find out what community school managers should do, reach out to community school managers, and keep Oakland a community school-based model.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Michelle, coming from Ask Me. As I came up earlier talking about our contract, I hope you guys took a look at that and was able to have a conversation about it. We're still at the table. We still need assistance, and it is still an open subject. I'm also coming because I need to understand how in food service we have 3 associates, Roland Broach and Keychette, to do a one-man job. I need to understand how that works. I need to understand how you guys are paying for that, how you are allowing Preston to do that, how the superintendent is allowing this to go on, and nobody's done anything. This is the second time I've come here about that situation. You guys have a $1 million food service there. Was ran by one person, but now you have 3 people, somebody from custodian services who's doing 3 jobs to do one person job. And we wonder why we don't have no money, or you say you don't have any money, because we're just throwing away money. We have 3 associates we brought here to do a job that one person can do. All I'm asking is you guys take a look at it. I come here and I say my due, but if you take a look at it, you will see what I'm saying is correct. I'm not just gonna throw things at you. What I'm saying is correct. As far as our contract, please, we would like that to be done immediately. We're willing to sit at the table if you're willing to come.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Coach Ben Tapscott.
Well, it's a great honor to be here and hopefully get to see Bill's name go up on that gym. You can look at the date of this. This was back in 2018. If you look down at the bottom, number 31, we started this process of trying to get the gym named after Bill. The confusion that kept coming up that they wanted my name, and I made it as clear as I could make it. There's only one name should go on that building, and that's William Felton Bill Russell. And I think we didn't get it done while we had him. We lost him. I'm sure his family, his daughter Karen and his 2 sons would be happy to see this take place. So there are other things on there. You may want to look at number 5. You may want to look at number 32. We've been fighting for that school ever since 2016. And the things that are happening over there are disgraceful. The fact that you take boilers away, the fact that you go and don't give us warm water, those children deserve the same things that some of the other high schools have. And as a board, I'm not happy with you. We have 2 newcomers. It's not getting the things done that I feel needs to be done, and all of you are going to be held accountable for things that are not completed. So maybe we can turn this thing around and we can start to do the right thing for all of our schools and not just our charter schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers?
That concludes public speaker.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to item Item S3, which is the naming of McClymonds High School Gymnasium. Director Williams, are you reading the resolution? Oh, I need a motion, sorry.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, President Brohart. Really appreciate this opportunity. It is an honor for West Oakland and McClymonds community to finally get this naming of the gym, to getting the naming of William Felton Russell Gym, Bill Russell Gym, finally in the record books. His iconic activism is something that is long held in West Oakland and McClymonds. He has influenced so many. Just quickly want to say that he grew up at a time when he, was faced with many racial hostilities, and he refused to let them demoralize him, and he continued to exceed expectations and excellence and bringing the community together and lived his life as an example for all of us to emulate. So it's an honor to read the resolution. Okay, ready. Whereas McClymonds High School in Oakland, California stands as a beacon of education, excellence, community pride, and athletic achievement for generations and students. And whereas William F. Felton Bill Russell attended and graduated from McClymonds High School in 1952, where he began to develop leadership qualities, competitive spirit, and social conscience that would characterize his remarkable life. And whereas William F. Bill Russell's time at McClymonds High School included exceptional achievement as a student athlete, evidenced by his contribution to the school's basketball program and his cultivation of a first-team ethos that would guide him throughout his legendary athletic career. And whereas William F. Bill Russell, after attending University of San Francisco and leading this basketball team to consecutive NCAA championships, went on to an unparalleled professional career in National Basketball Association, winning 11 championships with the Boston Celtics, becoming the league's first African-American head coach, and setting a standard of excellence, teamwork, and resilience that few have matched. Whereas beyond his athletic achievement, William F. Bill Russell championed civil rights and social justice, standing alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Muhammad Ali, participating in the 1963 March on Washington, and actively using his platform to challenge racial discrimination and injustice, both within and outside of the sports arena. Whereas William F. Bill Russell, as we know him, moral courage, intellectual rigor, and deep commitment to equality continues to inspire generations of students, athletes, and community leaders, reflecting the values of the Oakland community and serving as a lasting example of the transformative power of education, perseverance, and moral leadership. And whereas William Felton, aka Bill Russell, commitment to justice, equality, and human dignity, along with his unmatched achievements in basketball and his pioneering role as a black head coach, were nationally recognized when he received the Presidential Medal of Honor in 2011, the country's highest civilian honor awarded by President Barack Obama as a tribute to his extraordinary legacy and profound contribution to civil rights in American society. Whereas per Board Policy 7310, the board shall consider planting commemorative trees, erecting monuments, or dedicating buildings, parts of buildings, athletic fields, gardens, and other district facilities in memorial of deceased students, staff members, and community members and benefactors of the district. Whereas naming the McClymonds High School gym after William Felton Russell, Bill Russell as we know him, will celebrate not only his extraordinary achievements on the basketball courts, but as his steadfast dedication to civil rights and community uplift, thereby reminding current and future students that the commitment to justice, integrity, and common good best complements excellence in athletics. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the governing body of the Oakland School Board, on the behalf of McClymonds High School community, schools, alumni, students, and future generations, hereby dedicates and officially names the McClymonds High School Gymnasium William F. Bill Russell Gymnasium. And be it resolved that appropriate signage, plaques, and educational materials be installed to highlight William F. Bill Russell enduring legacy, ensuring that all who enter the gym will learn not only of his athletic triumphs, but also of his profound impact as a civil rights activist, social justice advocate, and proud son of Oakland. And be it resolved, those copies of this resolution be presented to Jenny Russell, widow of William F. Bill Russell, to McClymonds High School and the broader Oakland community as a permanent testament to the values, ideas, and accomplishments embodied by William F. Bill Russell, both as a legendary athlete and as a compassionate, principled champion of equality and human dignity. Thank you. All love. All love. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I also just want to say, as the Facilities Committee Chair, this was something that we reviewed at our last meeting, and just so it's stated on the record, this came from our committee and it was voted on 2-0. Director Barry was not present for that meeting. Also want to just share with the Oakland community, this came out of our deep partnership with Eat, Learn, Play and our work with Under Armour as well, to upgrade the gym at McClymonds and revitalize that community space. Because of the rich history that McClymonds has, not only within the city of Oakland, but really within the civil rights movement. The process of renaming McClymonds Gym will be initiated by, again, board policy 7310, which is naming facilities. Part of that policy is we will be engaging with the community. There's already been preliminary engagements with the community. And for folks that were surveyed, 93% of them were in support of renaming the gym, while 7% of them were neutral in that naming. The committee, again, will come together. There will be alumni, staff, community members, faculty, as well as students that will be part of that. And again, I think this is a great opportunity for us to really celebrate not only an athletic, an amazing athlete, but also an amazing activist and an author. And from my understanding as well, we'll also be having some of his literature available at the campus library, so folks can continue to share in his great accolades as we move forward with the renaming of the gym. There has also been a small request by his family to actually include his full name in the renaming of the gym. So the middle name will not be F, it'll be Felton within the resolution. Can I get a second to that amendment to the resolution?
I gladly second it, and I ask, Vice President, if you can add my name to this resolution.
Friendly.
Thank you.
It can be friendly if the makers, if
Wonderful.
Director Batchelor and Director Thompson
Is it a
are
friendly
willing
amendment,
to
Director Thompson?
accept it as friendly.
Yes, I do accept it as a friendly amendment.
Wonderful, thank you so much. And we also have some community members, I believe, that are on Zoom and in person. One such person that I'm seeing is Coach Ben Tapscott, and then I also believe I'm seeing Mr. Brian McGee. So if you guys want to come up to the front, and if the other names are on Zoom, that would be wonderful. Apologies, are there also speakers on this item?
Yes, there is. There's other speakers also. Should we call the speakers now, or do you want to call later? President Burhard.
Let's let the first group that's here speak first.
Okay.
And then we'll call public speakers.
Noted.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. My name is Relonda McGee, proud McClymonds alumni. Have a few words to say. So renaming the McClymonds High School gym after Mr. Bill Russell would be a powerful and meaningful way to honor not just his athletic achievements, but his profound humanitarian work. Bill Russell was a trailblazer both on the basketball court and in the fight for civil rights. His advocacy for racial equality and social justice was groundbreaking, and he used his platform to speak out against injustices against Black Americans. Mr. Russell's impact reached far beyond sports, and his contributions to society, alongside his legendary basketball career, make him an enduring role model for generations to come. By renaming our gym, the school honors his legacy. It inspires students to follow his example of leadership, resilience, and dedication to social change. It also highlights the pride of McClymonds High as a place that nurtured such an influential figure, further instilling a sense of pride and connection among the current student body. For these reasons, the school board should vote yes to rename the gymnasium in Mr. Russell's honor. It's a fitting tribute that not only celebrates his athletic excellence, but also reflects the core values of justice, equality, and community that he's championed throughout his life. It's a decision that will serve as an ongoing inspiration for the McClymonds community and the wider Oakland community, reinforcing the greatness that extended from Mr. Russell beyond the court. I ask that you all vote yes. Mr. Russell was an amazing man. I'm a proud alumni of McClymonds High, and he was one of my greatest influences as an alumni. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm a McClymonds grad. I know how to do my time.
Good evening, board. Good evening. My name is Brian McGee. I am a community school manager at McClymonds High School. Let's keep the community school managers here. We need them. Going on in terms of Bill Russell, I am in favor of the renaming of Bill Russell Gymnasium. I am a graduate of McClymonds High School, 1985, a graduate of UC Berkeley, a graduate of San Francisco State. So McClymonds High School is producing a lot of great folks, but we are standing on the shoulders of Bill Russell. Bill Russell stands for unity. He stood for justice. He stood for student athletes being intelligent, changing the narrative of young people in West Oakland. I am one of those young men that I had a chance to meet Bill Russell in 2008, then again in 2011. He is phenomenal. He is our mayor of West Oakland. Bill represents so many great things. Great father, great teammate, great leader. He represents so much that I can go on and on. He mentored Veda Pinson. He mentored Frank Robinson. He mentored Jim Hines. He mentored so many great folks who came through the hallways of the school of McClymonds High School, which we consider naming the School of Champions. I am so in favor of renaming this gymnasium in favor of Bill Russell. He is a humanitarian. An award that's given to folks who have done the work, not in the local level, but the national level. Bill Russell is known throughout this world. He has been around some of the distinguished individuals. We can go on and on. But he stood for education. He stood for righteousness. He stood for sportsmanship. When he played for the Boston Celtics in the 50s and 60s, he stood there and said, hey, if we can't eat in this restaurant as a black student athlete, as an athlete, I will not be a part of that. And so he stood for so much, and I'm hoping that you guys in favor of this for Bill Russell, renaming the Bill Russell Gymnasium. Thank you.
Bill also has an endowment, I guess I can say it now since he's not here, where he has interest coming off of a very, very large sum of money. And that money is used for seniors every year at the school, and very few people knew about that. He had a lot of challenges at USF. When he finally got awarded in the room, he called me up and he said, Tap, I'm getting an award over at USF and I want you there. I said, well, who's coming? He said, just you. He had a lot of challenges. He couldn't find a, when he went to Boston, he said, if I had it to do over, I would not go to Boston. They wouldn't rent to him and his family. He stayed with Red Auerbach. These people saw him playing basketball, cheering for him. Every time he would try to find an apartment for his family, we just rented it. So he had to stay with Red Auerbach for a long time. We got closer when we started our Christmas tournament. I said, I want you there every night for the tournament. He said, what time and where? So he'd come down and play golf with his buddies, and then he'd come out to Cal State where we had our Christmas tournament. And the first time he spoke to the team, we were playing Berkeley High, and he said, Tap. And I got a beautiful shot of Marcus Foster, Al Adams, and Bill Russell sitting in the sand. And I still look at that a lot now. He said, I want to talk to the fellas. And he said, can I talk to the fellas? I said, you can do any damn thing, anything you want to do, Bill. And he went in there, and I stood on the sideline, and they said, Bill Russell, Bill Russell. He said, fellas, see that trophy? After this game, there's going to be a name on that trophy, and it better be McClymonds. You think I had to work hard that night? No, I didn't. We ran Berkeley out the gym.
To the President of the Council, to our board member, and to former board member Dave Kakashiri, thank you for all your work in the past, for helping us. We strongly advise you guys to rename the gym after Mr. Russell. There's so much that you guys have yet to learn in terms of how we leverage sports for the advancement. I went to school on a scholarship out of OAL. Brian went to school on a scholarship out of the OAL, out of McClymonds. The first black basketball coach in the whole NBA was Bill Russell. The first Major League Baseball coach in all of the Major League went to McClymonds, Frank Robinson. I mean, a guy on the element chart in science, Mr. Harris, went to McClymonds. The first black mayor went to McClymonds, Lionel Wilson. Just so much comes out. So we leverage sports. Even our attendance right now, I would guarantee you that a big chunk of that is leveraged through sports. Pops had just talked about the endowment and how the endowment that him and Frank Robinson then put up for McClymonds, even though Frank Robinson went to Castlemont, still gives scholarships over and over and over and over again. Mr. Russell, no matter where he went, whether he was at the White House, he was at all these different places, he always mentioned West Oakland and McClymonds. If you ever had an opportunity to speak to him, because he was a strong-spirited person, he always mentioned McClymonds and West Oakland. So thank you very much for your consideration. We hope that you unanimously approve Mr. Russell renaming. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand Ms. Russell has joined us. Is that true?
Say what?
Ms. Russell has joined the Zoom?
Yes, she is here, and should I call the rest of the names also?
Yes, but
Okay.
after she speaks.
Yes, okay. Jenny Russell, if you can unmute yourself to speak.
Hello.
Yes.
I want to thank everybody. All the lovely words.
You're muted, Ms. Russell.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
For some reason, it jumped off, reconfigured. Anyway, I just want to say all the lovely words everybody has said about my husband is very touching. And I really believe in my heart that he would be so honored to have the gym named after him. And, sorry. I think he would be very proud to have the gym named after him to inspire the young people coming behind him, not only in athletics, but having his name just associated with the library. Education was so big to him, and he really was two people in one. So I think he would be very proud to see all of this come full circle. And I just wanted to say thank you to everybody, all the speakers, and the council.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Next speaker, please.
Next speakers are Salo Labala, Darrelly Davis, Coach Berry.
When this matter was brought up in the facilities meeting, I asked the question related to the fiscal impact. Who's going to pay for the signage? Who's going to pay for the plaques and the displays? You made it clear that no money could come from any of the bonds related to facilities. So Measure B, J, Y, Fund 25, Fund 35, Fund 21 could not be used for signage, displays, or plaques. So what would be used, you say, you're going to get the money for this through philanthropic/community support. So it was identified by Mr. Preston Thomas that philanthropic money is identified. What is the philanthropic money identified? And why was it necessary to do philanthropic money when you have over $300 million in Measure Y, over $32 million in Measure J, over $3 million in Measure B, not sure about these other? Why would you have to say, we're not going to use any of the funds available in this district to have this completely done? Why was that a decision made like that? Why couldn't we fully support this and fund this? It's not an exorbitant amount of money. But who made the decision, and why was it made that this had to be done through a philanthropic funding process? So Mr. Thomas needs to identify who's funding this, because he said in the meeting they have the identification of the philanthropic funding. What is it? Who is it? I hope it's not Bill Russell's philanthropic funds that are being used for this. So I just think it's insulting that this couldn't be fully supported by the district through all the funds that you have available to do this.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item?
No, President, all the name has been called.
And we'll take board comments. I'll start with the student directors.
I just want to say, I knew a lot about Bill Russell. I've been a big basketball fan for a long time, more so a history fan more than anything. I used to be a boxer, so I knew all the work that Bill Russell did with other boxers, and I knew how tapped in he was with the community. So I think this is honestly very great. And I didn't know that you were friends with him. I find that very cool. Honestly, I'm nerding out right now a little bit. I was gonna come talk to you after I leave, so expect that. But I just think this is very cool, and yeah, honestly.
I totally agree with Max, but not only that, just seeing McClimate's finally getting recognized, just especially how students at McClimate's are not really being supported or just being really like fully funded, especially by our governing board. It's really disappointing, but just seeing that, just a little bits of and glimpses of hope for that high school, it just makes me happy. So I'm really excited to vote for this and just to see this happen, and hopefully we could see McClimate's continue and further thrive as well.
Director Thompson? Okay. Director Latta? Director Williams? Director Barry?
I just wanted to say I'm excited. I think these are the kinds of things that are important and often go overlooked. We're memorializing not just a person, but their values, and this is the kind. I'm excited about the oral history aspect of this, the stories that will get told over and over. My daughter and I have already had a conversation about this, so let's keep doing more of this. And you know, I believe in giving people their flowers while they're still here, but this is also just as important.
Thank you. And actually, speaking to that history, we have our living legend here, Coach Tapscott, who at our facilities meeting also shared some beautiful photos and talked about some of that history as well, of moments that he shared with Bill Russell. And so I'm hoping that part of this space, and I think it is part of this space, is we're going to be creating some memorial to that. And so we're going to be adding, and I literally asked Coach to make sure that we have some of those pictures to be able to add to that memorial, because I think students being able to really see the arc of someone's career, like the different folks that shaped that person's career and shaped their understanding of the world, and also just, again, be able to see themselves in someone that is so powerful. So I'm really excited about all of those different possibilities, and yeah, the continued conversations that we can have, and again, the additional funds from Eat, Learn, Play and Under Armour that are going to be used to commemorate this gym space, as well as the Measure Y funds that we are using to support that campus and really revitalizing that campus. So I'm excited that both of those things are coming together to make sure that we're making an even deeper investment into a campus that has such history here in Oakland, that has such heroes that are coming out of that school. And to our point about, you know, the future students, I can't wait to see what other future students of MAC are able to do.
Thank you, President Brohart. You know, I just read the resolution. I kind of was chill, but what came to my mind was that Bill Russell's spirit is alive and well at McClimate's. Every time I go, I see the staff engagement with the young folks. I see a relationship there that teaches about self. I see a relationship, a history there that continues to remind our young folks to be kings and queens. I have seen so much effort on our staff's behalf, and generations. We have staff that have been generations in West Oakland and within the community. And we had a few folks that actually came to the podium. I can't thank the McGees enough for every step in the classroom. They give love to every single student there. And Brother Ron Muhammad, he has these community events of love, justice. We just got to continue to give them that. There's so many great things that are happening at McClimate's. We have to lift up the positive and bury the negative. We got to stop being negative towards McClimate's and lift up the great spirit that has been seeded and embedded in the community and at the school site. Our young folks are doing community service, and they walk with pride and love for their community. So I just want to say to all community members, if you come around McClimate's, you better speak the positive, because we ain't trying to hear anything else, because that's where we are. Thank you, Bill Russell, for providing that, and others for that. Thank you.
Well, I grew up watching Bill Russell on television, and I'm hearing Coach's story, it's about him and actually meeting him as a kid. That was really a player that I looked up to. But I think being able to honor him in this way is significant, both in terms of his legacy, but in terms of the future for our students. And as you were talking, Coach, as a former history teacher, I think we really need to do like a making history project at McClymonds and really honor that both the legacy of many of McClymonds graduates and build on its future. But I really appreciate you bringing this forward. And Mr. McGee, I don't know if you remember, but when I visited McClymonds, I saw you, and I was really struck, like Director Williams said, with the love that you showed those students. I mean, there were a number of students coming in late, and none of it was, well, you have to show up on time. It was like, hey, I saw your mom at the store, or how are you doing? And I thought, that's the way all of our students should be greeted at the school. So I came back, and I was really, really moved by what I saw. But again, I think honoring the legacy of Bill Russell is due its time. So I really appreciate that, and I appreciate you moving this forward. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, as a Oakland kid who's had an opportunity to also live in Boston, Bill Russell really exemplifies what we aim to be true for all of our graduates, and that's to be college, career, and community ready for success. And so certainly overdue and appreciate all of the leadership, all of the foresight, all of the really thoughtful planning and organizing by our McClymonds alumni who continue to show up for the school, past, current, and future, for our philanthropic partners, Eat, Learn, Play, Under Armour, for our staff, board leadership, and also the many community members who've contributed to this moment. So just wanted to say thank you, and specifically Coach Tapscott, the McGees, Brother Muhammad, and all of the MAC alumni for really supporting this effort. Thank you.
Mr. Rakestraw, can we take the roll call on the vote, please?
Yes. On the roll call. Okay.
I'm sorry, I believe Ms. Russell has her hand up again.
Yes.
Okay, we can go ahead and take this.
Ms. Russell, go ahead and unmute yourself to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm very new to Zoom. I really wanted to thank you again, and Bill would be very proud. But I really want to I heard that somebody had caught my mistake of being William F. Bill Russell, and I always make sure, always, that his full middle name is in there because he was very proud of that. And so whomever that was that caught that, I just really wanted to say thank you, because I know that would really mean a lot to him.
That would be a thank you to Coach Tapscott.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you again. It's a great honor.
Thank you, Ms.
On the roll call, to adopt resolution number 2425-0204, naming the McClymonds Gymnasium in honor of William Felton Bill Russell. Student Director Simmons.
Yes.
Student Director Vasquez.
Yes.
Director Lotta.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson is absent. Director Barry.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Yes.
President Brohard.
Yes.
The motion is adopted unanimously of members present.
I feel like we... So we're moving ahead to our future now. We have a student report for us.
Yes. Good evening, students, families, community, board members, and superintendent. We'll be starting with our student board report, but before we get started, I would like to first have a moment of silence. We'd like to send love and support to everybody in Los Angeles. I would like to remind everybody that in times like these, it is important. The importance of community is truly highlighted. Many families in the Bay Area have loved ones down in Los Angeles. I would like to further expand our love to all the firefighters risking their lives to keep our community intact. With that, I would like us to all take a moment to bow our heads and sending all our love and support all the way to our fellow Californians. With that being said, our student report would cover student voice, highlighting Skyline bathrooms, student leadership, updates from the middle school meeting, and upcoming student events, which would be the high school meeting and middle school ethnic studies conference.
Okay, so for years now, the Skyline bathroom has been a reoccurring problem. Students have voiced their concerns endlessly to no avail. Recently, Director Vasquez and I received an email from Melody Blackman, a dedicated student that was trying to make a difference in their school. I have spoke to some of our senior staff that it is being worked on, but I would like to take this moment to remind us as a board and as a district that our students are our #1 priority. And we often forget that our students are our #1 priority because we do a lot, and it's easy to forget. We're humans, it happens, but we need to remember that there's no reason that our #1 priority should be getting ignored by the people who are here to help them. And this is a reminder to our OUSD district that no matter the day, month, or year, our #1 priority as a district is not money. It is not the staff. It is our students, always and forever.
Another project that the ACC Governing Board is currently working on would be just having student voice in the hiring process for significant positions in OUSD that is directly impacting student lives. ACC exists to continue to make sure and remind the board and also OUSD staff that student voices are not only heard, but are a priority in OUSD as a whole. We appreciate all the senior staff working with us to ensure our vision becomes a reality, but we'll make sure that moving forward, this also continues to happen.
So, moving forward, yesterday we had our 3rd middle school meeting of the year where we introduced our 27th annual Peer Resource and Ethnic Studies Conference. Each year we invite all OUSD middle schools to join us for a day of learning from and with each other. It is an opportunity to meet other student leaders across the district and to be able to highlight leadership skills you carry and share that with your peers. This is one of our favorite events of the year because you all of our middle school leaders, this comes from middle school. You guys aren't middle schoolers, but this is for all of our middle school student leaders to get to plan this conference with us. So I would like to tell you guys that this year's ACC and OUSD's 27th Annual Peer Resources Ethnic Studies Conference, the theme for our conference is Fighting for Equality Means Fighting for Each Other. Last year's theme was You Can't Spell Justice Without You and I. Just a reminder that all of our middle schoolers come up with these amazing slogans, titles, themes. They're all the same. So furthermore, the students voted on who will be the student MCs for this year's conference, and our four MCs will be announced at our next meeting on February 18th at Edna Brewer. So I can't tell y'all who our MCs are just yet, because I have to tell them first. But when I tell them, I'll tell y'all next, I promise.
Moving forward for our upcoming student events, we'll have our 3rd high school ACC meeting on January 30th from 11 a.m. to 3 at Oakland Tech. Here, our high school students will be learning more about equitable grading and giving feedback on how they believe teachers should be grading their work, or just giving their opinions, as well as it is a topic that is highly discussed throughout students on a day-to-day basis. We will be also having a leadership workshop, just amplifying their leadership skills and also discussing how they could take their leadership and further expand it, not just in high school, but also in college, in their workspace, and more. And we'll also be discussing more in depth with our priorities, potentially seeing how we could implement them more in our high school spaces, and just also think about the future as well. All high school students are invited, and the RSB link is on the flyer, and we have been in contact with all the high school's leadership teachers and principals and staff as well. So I can't wait to see everybody there. Here's the flyer to our 27th Annual Middle School Peer Resource and Active Study Conference. Please save the day. We'd love to see every middle schooler there. And this concludes the end of our report. Thank you so much. And if you guys have any questions, you may contact Dr. Simmons and I through our email, and also our student engagement specialist as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We now have 10 minutes for public comment. Are there any public speakers on this item?
Yes, President Burhard, we have Asalo Labala.
Did you want to speak, Mr. Sally?
I'm checking on something. Do you have Tascott? I turned it. Okay, I'm glad you mentioned taking the time to be concerned about what's going on in Los Angeles with the fires. But why are we not taking the time to be concerned about Skyline and the possibility that it's a high-risk fire area? There's no such thing anymore as fire season. It's year-round with these winds. So we do not have the ability to evacuate those students. We don't. And I tell y'all over and over again, the fire chief has said they will shelter in place. They will stand on the football field. That's it for them. Secondly, I'm glad you mentioned about the bathrooms at Skyline. I have an issue with the bathrooms at Skyline when I attend football games or track meets. And the issue is safety. For females, once you leave the stands, you have to walk completely around to a area that has no one available. It's a secluded area. I don't go there unless I have somebody to go with me. Once you get in the bathrooms and the gyms, it's horrible conditions, okay? And let me tell you about the bathroom at Oakland Tech on Friday. Sewer started backing up in the bathroom. Toilet paper, human waste. Also outside. I could not use the bathroom, so I had to leave, but it was recommended from an administrator to go home and use the bathroom and come back. And I think it's outrageous that some administrative decision said that we would have an athletic event to continue on with human sewer backup being a part. And there were girls in the bathroom changing their clothes, using the facility. Every time you flush the toilet, the sewer would back up. So again, I'm telling you things and y'all don't listen. Y'all don't listen either. Skyline has no fire evacuation plan.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
No, that's the only card I received.
Okay. Board comments? Go ahead.
Yes, I just want to thank both of you for a very great report. And I'm so excited that you talked about student participation in grading. With that, I want you to keep in mind, if you will, and pass on to others, looking at mastery grading, because that allows for not only just grading itself, but it also allows how people can develop communication skills and look at the end result or the conclusion. Many times, we might ask students, and you guys have probably done this too, write an essay, and we want to see what that final paragraph is all about. Well, this is a visual essay, I think, in mastery grading. And so if you could pass that on, I'd be more than happy. Thank you very much.
Director Barry?
Thank you for another great presentation. A few things that came up for me that I'm really excited about: the conference, the session that you all had yesterday, the high school session coming up, the conference in March. And I'm wondering if we can use those as opportunities to recruit students. You know, I know video production is expensive, but wondering if we could do a little Instagram reel, capture some video or something like that at these events to really get our younger students excited about OUSD. And then I also want to thank you for the reminder about the world around us and the LA fires. I do think it's an opportunity for us to show solidarity, but just as Ms. Asada pointed out, also an opportunity for us to think about what we might be able to do here to protect our students as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. As always, very thorough report. I just want to address the issue around Skyline that you all mentioned. Not a day goes by that folks have not reached out to me about the bathroom situations at Skyline. Actually, Preston and I met with the student that you mentioned, and she had a very thorough presentation that she shared with us. It was actually did an amazing amount of research that now we're using to kind of figure out what do bathroom situations look like in other schools and other school spaces. And so I'm happy to announce that part of our deferred maintenance plan for projects over the summer includes bathroom renovations at Markham, Franklin, and Skyline. At Skyline, the scope of the work is going to be on both a male and female bathroom that is going to be located in building 20, and that was identified through conversations with staff and students at the school site that identified that that was like the building that had the most kind of traffic of students and would make the most impact. Again, this is a drop in the bucket as to what Skyline needs, and so we're going to continue to work on getting them more funding so that we can make sure that every single bathroom is taken care of, as well as every other issue there. But again, for this project, we are already reviewing what the plans are, and the maintenance team is really thinking about, is really deeply planning kind of the phases of work and what it's going to look like and how it could all be accomplished, again, for these two specific bathrooms over the summer. So we can make sure that our students come back into the school year with at least one set of bathrooms that is complete that they're able to use. Again, drop in the bucket to what they need, but this is at least a piece of the work that we can do with our deferred maintenance dollars this year.
Forget about how you're going to evacuate the students. That's not important.
Thank you so much. Excuse me, we're going to stay with our protocols. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to hear that. I would also like to extend not just like focusing on, I believe, the 3 schools that you mentioned, but also all OUSD schools. I believe that all schools should just have cleanliness in their bathrooms. It's a problem that should be fixed and not just focused on the certain schools that you mentioned. Just, you know, I'm happy that this is happening, but just putting it out there that every school should be at least looked at, at least getting fixed up, because I know, especially looking at this list that we got passed out for my clients, I feel like they should also get some things fixed up as well. So thank you so much.
Just to respond to what Director Batchelor said, the reason I brought up the Skyline incident was because I was getting emails over and over that when Melody met with you guys, it wasn't brought back up with her, and you guys didn't continue to keep working with her. You guys, and that's my biggest problem, that once someone comes to you guys with a problem, you guys take it over, and you guys don't continue to work with the students, which this could be a vital learning moment for students, for advocacy, and learning how to stand up for themselves. So as board directors, I believe it's our job to not only advocate for our students, but work with our students. And that's why I used the word ignore. Because although you did hold to your promise, you didn't keep her in the loop. And that's what the problem was.
Yeah, just adding on, just continuing like communicating just to get like misunderstandings out the way. I know Melody would have loved to also be a part of that decision as well, or also other students that also see this issue coming up. Same thing with family. I know they, football games, they'd want to join and they see this issue as well. I'm sure they'd also want to know the further updates that are happening. Just communication, constant communication. We'd love to see more students, be involved in major decisions like these. Same thing with family members. So like Director Simmons said, just communication is key. We'd love to see that just so we could build and continue to further this trust with you guys as well.
Thank you for the feedback. I take that very seriously. Thank you so much.
I'm going to make my comments short. I'm going to give a shout out to middle school because I love the theme of that middle school, and I'm sorry I missed that meeting. But again, I think your push for student advocacy, both not just in terms of suggesting ideas, but being a part of planning the solution, I think is important. And I do think the discussion about grades has been one that's a long time coming. And I think, again, as teachers who have engaged in that, I think together, I think we could really collaborate and come up with a grading system that was not only just fair, but actually where students knew where their strengths were. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Yeah, equitable grading has been something that we really wanted to push for our high school students, especially considering college is something major. Applying to college, especially for myself, the process has been a little difficult, just seeing, implementing grades and stuff and understanding, why did I get this grade in a certain class? I'm sure many other seniors feel the same way. And just also helping our freshman students see the value of grading, seeing the value of just improving and taking in criticism as well is also very important. Just finding a stable foundation on just understanding, this is the grade that I received, and also giving feedback to teachers on how to grade appropriately instead of grading based on biases as well. So I feel like this workshop will be really beneficial so we could see where students are coming from and where we could find a good ground to and continue forward.
Moving on now to unfinished business, which we're going to look at I think David Kakashiba has a report on Measure N and H Commission.
Good evening, board directors. Thank you very much for having this presentation. This is regarding the Measure N annual report for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. So it's late, obviously. It's almost 2 years old. And we will be having a report coming out probably in the next month or so for the 23-24 fiscal year. So we'll probably be back again to share that. I just wanted to highlight just a handful of points for board directors and for the general public that's listening in. Just to remind folks, Measure N was a voter-enacted parcel tax back in 2014. It provides high schools revenue to pay for the implementation of career-based college preparatory pathways to ensure all high school students graduate and are prepared to succeed in college, career, and in community life. During this 22-23 fiscal year, Oakland Unified collected about $11.78 million in parcel tax revenue, in Measure N parcel tax revenue. Of this amount, a little over $10 million was allocated directly to 26 high schools to support their collective implementation of 44 distinct linked learning pathways. 88% of all Oakland Unified School District and 90% of all charter school 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students were enrolled in a linked learning pathway during that fiscal year. One of the things that kind of emerged in that fiscal year in terms of the graduation rate, Oakland Unified's class of 2023 had a 4-year graduation rate of 74.1%, and 42.2% of those graduates completed the A through G course requirements for UC and CSU admission straight out of high school. Now, as a preview for the 23-24 fiscal year, the class of 2024 in Oakland Unified, the graduation rate was 80.6%, representing a 6-point increase over 2023. And of these graduates, 48.7 completed the A through G course requirements, also representing an over a 6-point jump. I did want to, because I was here for much of the McClymonds High School presentation and discussion, I wanted to highlight for folks, I don't think people fully recognize McClymonds High School for 2024 has an 84.1% graduation rate, which is higher than the district average and is very close to the county average. And it's a remarkable testimony to the work of the McClymonds High School faculty and the administration over the last 10 years that they've really tackled with the implementation of the linked learning approach to high school education, and young people there, and our school district is seeing a lot of great results from their hard work and dedication and their commitment to doing good stuff. So I'll just conclude right there, and if you have any questions, I'm here to address anything that you ask.
Public comments first. Is there any other public comments?
Yes, we have Asalo Labala and Ben Tapscott.
So McClymonds High School has one pathway, engineering. And I don't see the value of telling every child at a high school, this is the pathway you're going to have an experience with, and how that works to be of a benefit. Then you have high schools that have 6 and 7 pathways. Then you have a school like Met West is you take an inventory of the interests of the child and you pursue that interest as linking up with some opportunity to learn about that interest. So we have all these different methods of how we explore career pathways. And for McClymonds, it's not working. What we do have for some students experiencing this engineering, it's working, but it's a very small number of students. So I just don't, and I'm not gonna uplift, and that's what y'all are willing to do all the time. Whatever you're doing, you're gonna make it seem like it's working. It is not working. So we're spending a lot of money for a limited amount of experiences. And so while you're doing these career pathways, and I said this in the meeting, I think it was yesterday, day before yesterday, career pathways is a small, limited part of where we need to be. That's hard skills, soft skills, teamwork, communication, time management, strategic management, all of these things these kids don't have. And if you do have a career and you don't have some of these substantive soft skills, you're not going to have a job long. So again, I'm not going to uplift anything just to say it's working, because that's your job to do it. I don't have no interest in this except the truth. And like I say again, you're ignoring what's going on at Skyline, and I'll keep bringing it up. Children can die because they can't be evacuated from that school.
Thank you, Ms. Osada.
Clifford, I'm a little upset at you. You said nothing about Bill Russell. Nothing. And all the civil rights stuff that he fought for and everything else, and you had nothing to say? What's wrong with you, man? I'm looking here at APIs. Public schools are beating charter schools. The first 17 are all public schools, and you see a sprinkling, I'm talking elementary, sprinkling of charter schools. We have 19 or 18 low-performing charter schools and public schools. Aguilera said there were 12 low-performing elementary schools, and I'm saying there are 18. Teachers are telling me that we don't know how to teach reading, coach, but we need to do something. Children should not be passed on from elementary school if they can't breathe at least third grade level. 8,000 adult prisons in the United States. 55% of the inmates are black males that can't read. I was on the Juvenile Justice Commission for about 25 years. Children that don't know how to read, after doing 12 years in our system, 4 out of 10 can read above the 4th grade level. After being 12 years in our schools, those that come out of prison and get help, they don't go back in. Those that don't get help go back into prison. There's your pipeline.
Thank you.
18 low-performing elementary schools.
Thank you, Coach. Any other public speakers?
No, President Brewhart, that concludes public speakers.
Okay. And any board comments? Director Thompson?
Thank you very much. Mr. Kakashiba, thank you very kindly for your presentation, and it speaks exactly to what I think Measure N does, and it's supposed to help all students. And so I like the fact that you highlighted how it helped all students, and also I like the disaggregation of data because you actually drill down in order to uplift subgroups. Right. Thank you very much.
Yolanda?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kakashiba, for all the work that you and the rest of the commission have done to realize the promise of the Measure N and now Measure H. I just want to make a couple of comments. One is that I just want to uplift 2 unique programs in District 1. The first is the Young Adult Program at Santa Fe, which I know the commission has given them full funding, and I think, I speak on behalf of a lot of folks who are really happy about that, because I think that the work that they're doing there to help young people who had minimal access to pathways in some of our more comprehensive high schools get a chance to really realize the community success that without the support of that program and also the Measure N and H funding, I think for a lot of them speak to their families feeling like those students would have been at home and now they're in the community and they're working. So I also want to just uplift the work at Oakland International High School, which is a newcomer-only program in District 1 who has 100% participation in pathways and very high A to G completion rates, especially for a group, speaking of subgroups that at some of our comprehensive high schools have less access. They're less likely than other peers to participate in pathways, less likely to graduate, less likely to have A to G completion. And so I think also that work is really important and has been applied across the district. The only thing that I would love maybe in the next report is a little bit more detail on additional subgroups. So that would be our newcomers, our disabled youth, foster and homeless youth that are traditionally higher dropout rates, less likely to have A to G completion, and less likely to participate in pathways. We have a scope of options at our schools, whether that's, like the international model, Fremont, where there's a newcomer pathway, for example, and the traditional pathway where people can move out of the newcomer pathway. So I just think so that we can learn a little bit more about how we can bring these benefits to some of our most vulnerable students. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Kakashiba, thank you very much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. As you know, last year I've been finally making it my way over to Measure H Commission, and I look forward to coming more, listening and understanding. I think a lot of times we on the board are making decisions and we don't really know what that impact is. And so I do challenge, or I ask the board to visit, to hear the in-depth discussions, to hear the feedback, and really see a lot of the presentations that our schools are doing with the money. And so I just really want to commend you and your and the commissioners and your committee. Really appreciate that. I like the presentation myself. One of the things that popped into my mind, I was over at McClimate's, I was talking to a parent, and she has really been asking about how we can expand the pathway model at McClimate's, which is kind of, her survey of staff, parents, students is like a sports academy model, a sports pathway. And when I say that, I think our minds generally is just about sports, but we know that there are industries that are built around sports, such as certification of science of sports medicine, athletic training, personal trainers, physical therapists, dietitians, nutritionists, facilities managers, sports communication, that our young folks can learn how to become reporters, write video, cut videos. So we really are, she brought this idea to me, and I told her I would seek out some information. So I will reach out to you so we could talk about what it looks like, if it's a parent model that starts the process, or is it a school site model, student model. So we want to really look at what other avenues. As we know, McClimate's has historically done really well, since we talked about Bill Russell, all the way through. They've had a very good, strong essence. And if we're able to tap what they love and show them that there are, things on the periphery that they can use and be part and get skill sets and get certifications, that would be also a definite benefit. So really look forward to doing that work with you and your commission. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director Barry?
Yeah, another thank you. I'm biased because I'm the new liaison to this commission, and this is where I focus a lot of my career and my work here in Oakland, but I think there's a ton to celebrate. I've seen the work firsthand coming out of the Link Learning office, at Fremont, the energy in the classrooms, the real work that they're producing. Me and my daughter on Monday were at Melrose Community Garden, where we saw the planter boxes that students built, the signs that they built in their classrooms. I think they were even at Prescott on Saturday. So the work is real, right? And we can touch and feel it, and I think it's awesome. And I love that there's interest from the community to expand the programs. And I do, especially in my role, want to take those conversations seriously and see how we can involve students in building out the future work coming out of the office. I have one question, because we were just in the Teaching and Learning Committee meeting yesterday, and a lot of the conversation was around our students experiencing severe housing insecurity, homelessness, our foster youth. And I'm wondering, because it's not totally clear in the presentation, how some of the programs and services are reaching those students, and to what extent you're seeing success, or what's working, or if there are gaps that the board, in collaboration with staff, can help address.
So I can't tell you with, any kind of numeric detail. I think it's different from school to school in terms of the level of engagement of all students, particularly those young people that are more underrepresented or less engaged in the pathway program of study. That is something that when the commission looked at graduation rates, because there was a few years where it was relatively flat, and given that everybody went through the pandemic, there was an issue of much of the data for these outcomes is fairly well disaggregated on a number of factors, and what we found that special needs young people and it was Latinos in general, but the term Latinos is like saying Asian. It's not that meaningful. And so as staff, we asked staff to dig deeper and disaggregate that, and they we went through a study session on the disaggregated data. Newcomers were the kind of subpopulation that had the lowest outcomes, and within the newcomer population, those from particular countries and with less or no formal education in their home countries had the most challenging outcomes. So now the question is, now that we disaggregated that and we know a little bit more, what are we doing about that at the district level and at the school site level? And that's one of the big challenges that I think I'm hoping that the commission, that we will collectively say, we have 2 or 3 different priorities going forward in the next year or two, and particularly going into our next 3-year cycle, funding cycle for the pathways, but addressing the disparities of engagement and lower student outcomes from these different population groups is something we do want to focus on, as well as the issue around there are 3 major kind of pillars, if you will, about what constitutes linked learning. Work-based learning, the whole kind of continuum of work-based learning, from just kind of career exploration on the web and in field trips to all the way to paid internships, where you're actually got a job description and you're being supervised and you get a performance evaluation. That whole area of work, my personal opinion is, while there's a lot of things going on, it's probably the area that we need to develop much more rapidly than the other 2 pillars of work that we have. So that is something that the commission has been trying to grapple with staff. We just haven't put enough focus on that. And yeah, so.
Thank you.
Director Batchelor? Just checking. I do want to really commend you on the work and the commission. I was not an early believer in Measure N until I talked to Andy Nelson about it. But I think that the work has really panned out. I think that it's really developed. But I really want to thank you for the work that you've done with the young adult program. Mm-hmm. I think that really represents to me really looking at how many of our some of our different students, I know you mentioned some of our McKinney-Vento students and our foster youth. I think many students will approach pathways in a very different way. And I think that I just want to say thank you for approaching the young adult program. I know there was some discussion about it early on and some questions about, funding programs that were, that existed and things like that. But I think that you and Vanessa Cifuentes, I think, really did visit the school often. I think engaged with David Camarada, and I think that really expands the work of how we see pathways. So I appreciate that. I just want to say thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
There are no other comments? Thank you. Thank you for being
very
patient.
much.
Okay.
Great work. Thank you.
Mr. Hollis, can we do a translation check, please?
Yes, Madam President. As stated prior, we have 2 languages available for live interpretation. They are Arabic and Spanish. I will lower all attendees' hands. Please only raise your hand if you need the language that's being announced, which at this time is Arabic. And I will ask Ms. Saleh if she can come off of mute and give the interpretation announcement for Arabic. I'll ask Ms. Abdi if she could come off of mute and give the interpretation announcement for Arabic.
Sure. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نقدم لكم الليلة الترجمة باللغة العربية. الرجاء اتباع التعليمات والإرشاد التالية. في أسفل الشاشة ابحث عن الدائرة عن شكل الكرة الأرضية. اضغط على ترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. أما إذا تستخدمون الأجهزة الذكية هناك 3 نقاط عند كلمة مور. اضغط عليها واختار كلمة الترجمة واختار اللغة العربية. الرجاء كتم التواصل الأصلي لتسمع إلينا بوضوح. أما إذا متواجدون في ألقاء وحابين هناك أجهزة للاستماع إلى الترجمة اسأل إليها. وإذا كنتم في الزوم هناك خاصية رفع اليد حتى نقوم بخدمتكم. اضغطوا عليها وشكرا. Arabic announcement is done.
Thank you, Ms. Abdi. Seeing one hand raised on Zoom, we will begin the Arabic, or we'll turn on the channel for Arabic interpretation after this announcement. So thank you for that. All right, so I will lower all hands again. Please only raise your hand if you need the language that's being announced, which at this time is Spanish. And I will ask Mr. Copenhagen if he can come off of mute and give the interpretation announcement for Spanish.
Thank you. Buenas noches. Estamos preguntándole al público si necesitan traducción simultánea al español de la siguiente parte de la agenda de la reunión. Para solicitar el servicio de traducción simultánea, por favor, levanten la mano virtual en este momento. Si no levantan la mano en este momento, no se prestará el servicio durante la próxima parte de la agenda. Si están presentes en persona, por favor, busquen las computadoras que están en el auditorio para poder escuchar en directo la información presentada por la mesa directiva. Nuevamente les pedimos que por favor levanten la mano virtual para solicitar el servicio en este momento. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mr. Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Copenhagen. Checking the attendees to see if there's any hands raised for Spanish interpretation. Seeing no hands, we will not start with Spanish interpretation at this time. We will start the Arabic interpretation, and that concludes this announcement, and there will be a further announcement later on this meeting, and I pass it back to Madam President.
Okay, going back to our agenda, the next item is item K, which is adoption of the Pupil Discipline Consent Report. Is there a motion?
So move.
Seconded.
Thank you, and we will now take public comment on the adoption of the Pupil Discipline Consent Report. Are there any speakers?
Yes, we have Asala Abala and Ben Tapscott.
Okay, 2 minutes each, please.
And that Skyline will die if you keep ignoring it. And I'm going to say it every time I come up here. You have no right to ignore that those children have no evacuation plan. McClymonds has an evacuation plan. They've made arrangements to move those kids to a park several blocks away in case of any type of emergency.
Ms.
You
Asada,
cannot.
I'm going
Yes,
to ask you to speak on the consent report.
I will, darling.
Okay.
Thank you. So those kids who are being readmitted to the district, I spoke to this during a closed session. How prepared are they to re-enter into their schools? What tools and services and resources have been provided for them to step into the classroom and immediately be able to pick up where every child in the classroom is? They will be also ready to be involved. I don't think they're going to be ready. And you have done this process over and over again, And have you collected any data that speaks to how these young people are returning and how their behaviors have been changed so that they don't re-enter the possibility of being suspended or expelled again? I have no faith that we're doing this in an appropriate manner that serves these young people. And you won't speak to it, you won't address it, you won't explain it. You just go about the business of saying, okay, we're gonna vote, and we don't know as public what you're doing. And at some point you need to explain, what are you doing to help these young people? Oh, by the way, there's a strong possibility that the majority of them are African Americans.
Thank you, and thank you for speaking to the item. Next speaker, please.
The black population, school population is 29% of the school district, if I'm close. How are we 25%, 24% making up 57% of the students that are disciplined? The Office of Equity, I call it the Office of Inequity. And if we don't study it, how do we know how to solve it? Are the largest percentage fights, so we need to talk about conflict resolution, other ways of settling disagreements? 27% black, last time I heard, made up 59% of the suspensions. I wonder how much of that is connected to not being able to read and not being able to get out of a room and be embarrassed with girls if they're asked to read. We need the research. If we know it's fights, we need to sit down and talk to our students about, are there other ways that you can solve differences without fighting? And girls, when I was at MAC, fought more than the boys, I think maybe because of the sports. And coach knew, the kids knew if we got in trouble and they were on a team, and I'm sure the girls too. So we need to research. I keep asking for some of this research to be done. We go on business as usual. We don't solve any problems. The board doesn't come back and respond to some of the questions. You work for us. I think you forget that. You work for us. You work for the students. So when we ask for some stuff like 16 schools, low performing in reading.
Thank you, Coach. Are there any other speakers?
No, President Brehart, that includes both speakers.
Unless there are any other board comments, are we ready to take a vote? Okay. Can we have a roll call and vote, please?
On the roll call to adopt the pupil discipline consent report, student directors are recused. Director Thompson.
Abstain.
Director Barry.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Lauder.
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Yes.
President Brohard.
Yes.
The pupil discipline consent report is adopted.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the consent report, L minus L 17, 19, 29, 32, and 30, 31, 32, and 34. Oh, and 35. Is there a motion to adopt the consent report?
I motion to adopt the consent report with the minuses that were listed by the president.
Second.
Unless there's any board discussion, can we take a roll call vote on that, please?
There's public comments.
Oh, public
Chair.
comment, sorry.
For public comments, we have Asalo Labala, Ben Tapscott, and Jeffrey Sims.
excuse me, 2 minutes each, please.
Okay. Y'all got to start looking at these agendas. Look at L4. L4 is portable relocations that started in 12/15 of 2022. Tonight, you're asking for an extension of the date. The date of completion was supposed to be December 31st, 2024. Now you want to extend it to June 30th, 2025. This is relocation of portables. Then it says that there's no price increase or in change. But then you identify the source of funding as Fund 35, the County School Facilities Fund. So that's a conflict. You're saying there's no money involved, and then you identify that where the funds are coming from. But when you go into the contract, this contract you've increased since the original contract. You've increased this on 2023 of February 11 of 2023, you increase it again, and 5/13/2024, you increase it again, a total of $100,000 increase. That's one item. One item. You're continuing to approve contracts for which they have already started. Then you have McClymon's contract for Measure Y and J, where you're increasing an additional amount of $34,430 for fire and intrusion alarm. And what is that about? We're getting ready to do some work. Why do we need this? We need to get that soil contamination issue dealt with. Lastly, look at all the items that go for English learners, refugees, immigrants. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items, and for African Americans, you got one item with the Kingsmaker, $6,505. You got to have some equity. Do whatever you want to do, but make sure black kids get the services that you're giving to other kids in this district. It's not happening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We were at the facility meeting this week. They had 10 items down there. We don't have the money for those projects. Why are we listening? I've asked over and over again. This came from Tim White. You see the date on it, and there's about, 32 things on here, including the boilers that you let them move. So where are the top 5 projects for Oakland and how much money it's going to use instead of all these 10 things on there, and we don't have the money for it? We had it at one point. If you don't have this, I'll give you one. Over $1 billion. Mac was number 1 on the list. Tim died. Mac came off the list. What's our top 5? I know the lead in the water in 40 schools has to be near the top. You have deferred maintenance budget over here for routine stuff, and then you got all of this. There are 10 things on that item that Valerie showed us. And do we have the money for those? Why don't we take 5 of them off and do the top 5 if we're ranking them, or which one needs to be prioritized? And Mac is the only school that this board has delayed for 2 years. No other project in Oakland except Mac. And they're saying now 25 starting date. Do we have the money? You gave Mac $91 million. You gave Cass Fremont $137 million. The $91 million is not even a parking lot, you guys.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jeffrey Sims, representing the new McClymonds Committee. Just to break the monotony, in 1965,
I was going from the 3rd grade to the 4th grade. During that summer, Coach Ben Tapscott and Sam Skinner brought Muhammad Ali to McClymonds High School. And I want to publicly thank Coach Ben Tapscott, because that was a very instrumental moment in my life to meet Muhammad Ali, and he did that. So, Coach, thank you. Thank you for making an instrumental moment in my life. That's FYI.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
That concludes public speakers.
So unless there are any board comments, we'll vote on the consent calendar minus those items. Can we take a roll call on the vote, please?
On the roll call to adopt the the general consent report, minus the items named by President Brohard. Student Director Vasquez? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your response.
Oh, abstain.
Okay, thank you. All right. Student Director Simmons is absent. Okay, Director Barry.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Latta.
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Yes.
President Brohard.
Yes.
The general consent report is adopted minus the items named.
I'm recusing myself on item L17, the service agreement with Ignite Reading. That sounds terrible. I had lunch with the person who actually ended up doing this contract, so I don't feel that's right if we vote on this, so I'm recusing myself.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this agenda item? Do we have any public comments on this agenda item?
I do not have any sign-up speakers.
Board colleagues, any comments on this specific agenda item? L1724-3163.
Yes, I do. Thank you,
Director
Vice
Williams.
President Batchelor. Thank you. What I would like to do is make a motion to move this contract to next board meeting. I would like to have further investigation in regards to why we are spending $100,000 for a reading program to support 61 students for 15 minutes of tutoring. That to me is appalling, and there has to be a better use of resources. I think what it actually shows again is why we're in $95 million deficit. There have been times and times again that we've been slipping in on consent items, these unbearable contracts to outside contractors to do minimal service. So if we're spending $100,000 for 15 minutes of reading for 60 students, it makes no sense. What we can do is spend $100,000 on our in-house paraeducators. We can spend $100,000 on the literacy tutors that make up SEIU and ASME that is doing the work, but our district refuses to actually invest in the workers who are doing the literacy work, and we go outside again and give the money away. So I would like for us to postpone this to next board meeting, a time certain, so we can have some better questions of why our district continues these practices of giving away hundreds of thousands of dollars to outside vendors when actually we're doing the job. We have iReady program, we have literacy tutors, and now we're spending an additional $100,000. I just think that we need better answers than just this contract. I would ask Mr. Rakeshaw, can I post time certain date? I don't know what that date is.
Yes, you may state it in the motion.
I would like to postpone this particular vote on the contract until next board meeting so we can get clarification on what this actually entails. I think our board members deserve.
Madam President, Acting President, I didn't hear a second, so.
I'll second that because I also do have some concerns about the continuing contracting out that we're doing, especially around literacy,
Okay.
seeing as how our literacy scores haven't risen because of that.
And then I would bring to the board's attention that Director Williams said next meeting, or do you mean next regular meeting of the board? Because our next meeting is a special meeting.
Correct, next regular meeting.
So that would be February 12th,
Right.
which is our next regular meeting. And we also have Director Sandra Aguilera online as well that could maybe answer some of these questions. So Ms. Aguilera, would you like to?
If you motion to postpone it, then we should move to postpone.
Okay, wonderful. You've heard some of the questions that we have, and so we've motioned to postpone it, and so we're going to go ahead and take a vote on that, and we would like those responses for the next board meeting. So Mr. Rakestraw, can you go ahead and take roll call for the postponement of L 1724-3163 service contract for Ignite Reading?
Yes, student directors are absent. Director Lotter?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson is absent. Director Barry?
Yes.
Okay. Director Thompson?
No.
Vice President Batchelor?
Yes.
And President Bohart is recused. The matter is postponed to the next regular meeting on February 12th.
Thank you. Director Brohard, wherever you are, you can return to the podium. As we wait for Director Brohard to return, the next item will be L19. And I think we also have a recusal for that item as well, so if that individual would like to speak.
Yes, I'm recusing myself from this vote. I have a very close friend who's on the board of Soccer Without Borders, so under advice from General Counsel, I'll be recusing myself for this vote.
We need a motion and a second on this. And Director Lotter?
I'd like to motion to approve this contract.
I second.
Do we have any public comment on this?
No public comment received.
Unless there's any board comment or comments, can we take a roll call vote on this, please? Go ahead.
I would just like to say I really appreciate this program because it really supports students in understanding not only how to be team players and how to play the sport of soccer, but also to reach across different divides and different borders, whether it be language, whether it be, again, just all the different things. And so really excited about these programs and really excited about some of the campuses that are receiving the support. So I'm excited to continue our work with Soccer Without Borders.
Thank you. Are there any other board comments? All right, can we take a vote, please?
Yes. Director Williams, on the roll call to approve this item, L19.
Yes, sir.
Director Barry?
Yes.
Director Latter is recused. Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Hutchinson is absent. Vice President Batchelor,
Yes.
and President Brohart.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
And the next item is L29, I believe. Service Agreement 2024-25 with Reading Partners, Lockwood STEAM Academy. And is there any discussion on this item? Oh, I need a motion, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to adopt this Lockwood STEAM Academy contract?
Yes, I move the adoption of this particular contract, L29, Service Agreement 2024-2025 Reading Program, Lockwood STEAM Academy.
And is there a second?
I second.
Okay, thank you. And are there any board comments on this? Oh, I'm sorry, there are public comments.
No public comment received.
Okay, thank you. Did you submit a speaker card, Mrs. Sada? Okay, if you wish to speak on the item of L29, okay, thank you. Director Williams.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Brohart, President Brohart. Once again, my concerns is that this contract term started on August 15, 2024, and it ends in May 15th, 2025. We're halfway through the contract, close to 60% done, and it's just now being brought to the board. I think, again, if we're really considering how our particular practices are, our best practices, I think we really need to evaluate what we've been doing. It's been a consistent pattern with our school district to bring us contracts halfway already settled. I think some of the things that I was concerned with, again, is that it's using community schools money to actually fund this. And what we know about the pillars of community schools is that it's not the principal that's making the decision, but it's actually the advisory group of the parents, students, as well as outside community that all come together. And I'm just really concerned that our particular practices in our community schools at our various sites are not well maintained. And so it tells me again that either our teachers who are in the classroom haven't been trained well enough, and we should be spending money on actually training our teachers to be great reading teachers, or two, we have just chosen to spend the money in additional computer time for students. And we know that those outcomes do not produce academic achievement. So I really feel like this is a cause for concern, and I ask you, as well as the board, to continue to look at when these contracts are being presented. Maybe we can write a resolution to really hold district staff accountable for presenting the contract to us in a timely manner that's not 6 months down the line. Thank you very much.
Director Williams, I agree. I mean, I think I understand there's board policy on this, but I also think this is something to bring up in teaching and learning as the chair of the committee, that I think looking at our academic contracts and looking at our community schools grant, and I know this is something we've talked about, again, as we go through the process of assessing what's working in our district and where things aren't working. So this might be something to think about, to put on the agenda for teaching and learning. Yeah, thank you.
Any public comment?
No public comment received, but if we have any.
I don't think we have a comment. Did you have something you want to say, Director?
Madam President, we have no public speakers on this item, and none appear to be present in the audience.
Can we take a roll call vote on this?
Yes, on L29, .-29. Student directors are absent. Director Williams.
Yes.
Director Latter.
Yes.
Director Barry.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Yes.
And President Brohart.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
The next motion that we're taking up is L31 25-0023, Services Agreement to 2024-25 EL Education, Academics, and Instruction Department. Do we have a motion to adopt this?
Point of clarification. Because 32 is also, we also, for 32 is also pulled. Can I make a motion to consider those two as one?
I'm sorry, what is?
I second.
So there's been a motion to combine L31 and L32. Motion made by Director Latta and seconded by Director Barry. They're both to service agreements to EL Education for training. So can we take a vote on that?
Who moved? Barry and who else?
Latta,
I'm sorry.
Latta made the motion and Barry seconded.
All right, we have to offer public comment.
Okay. We have public comment on L31 and L32.
Do we have any?
Public comment, excuse me, on combining the two items.
Well, Madam President, I'm going to assume that the intent here is to take them up, to approve them, and not the vote to combine. Is that correct?
No, my intent was to combine them into one, instead of voting on them separately, to consider them together.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Oh, we are?
But
Okay.
we're choice, it's a choice of words. When you said combine them, it wasn't clear on what we were combining, combine them to vote or combine to approve. So it's a combine to approve. Is that correct? Okay, all right.
Public comment, is there any public comment on this item?
No public comment, Chair.
All right, on the motion to approve items L31 and L32 concurrently, student directors are absent. Director Lotter?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchinson is absent. Director Barry?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor?
No.
President Brohart?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4. The motion's adopted. The matters are approved. The votes was Director Lotter, Williams, Barry, and Thompson.
Yes.
That makes it 4.
Right. Okay, the next item is L34 25-0026, Services Agreement 2024-25 with the Oakland Public Education Fund, Frick United Language Academy of Language. Is there a motion to adopt this?
A motion similar to my last motion, which is to postpone to next regular board meeting. I think that there's further investigation.
Madam President, I didn't hear a second.
Need a second.
Not
to his
debatable until, or explainable until there is a second. Not on the floor.
Can you reiterate your motion, Director Williams?
I would like to make a motion to postpone this contract to next regular board meeting for further investigation.
Second.
And is there public comment on this item? Your speaker card?
I signed up under L. I appreciate what you guys are doing right now, but I don't have the opportunity to specify what numbers. I only put L as directed, okay? So how do we eliminate this in the future if you're going to pull items and you're then asking for public comment, and I know that I'll have an opportunity to speak to specific items under consent agenda? Is my question.
Madam President, at the particular moment, the agenda is available to the public, and since the board members have pulled items to be acted upon separately, the public has an opportunity to look at the agenda and then come up and speak to the item if they wish to do so.
No, we fill out the agenda before y'all come back, baby.
Madam
We
President.
filled out the speaker cards before we come back. You come back.
One second, let me get clarification on this.
Madam President, I'm offering an opportunity for the public who didn't fill out a speaker card, specifically as she is indicating that they didn't. If the item has now been pulled and you wish to speak to it, the president will issue an invitation for you to come up and speak on the item, which gives you the opportunity to exercise your right.
Understand.
Okay.
Okay, can we reset the clock and 2 minutes?
Let me do 1 minute, because
Thanks.
I'm really proud of you guys for doing this. In other words, don't rubber stamp everything. Look at things that are concerned to you, that you want to deal with separately, and do that. The only problem is this contract, or these contracts, started in September and getting ready to end. So what do we accomplish at this point where you really don't have anything you can do except cancel the contract? And I just don't understand the process being legitimate. I appreciate that you're taking under consideration things that need to be taken under consideration, but we have to approve contracts before they become active contracts. I think that's by law what you're supposed to be doing. I don't know how y'all do it this way. And lastly, with Frick, I'm concerned about Frick. I've seen a number of issues that have come up where conflicting issues are going on at that school. So I hope we can get to the bottom of them and help them be a better functioning school.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Are there any more speakers in the audience?
There are no speakers, I presume, Mr. Seychelles? None?
Are there any
That is
board
correct. Other than Ms. Olabala?
That is correct.
All right. Student directors are absent.
I think there are board comments. Just a second, please.
Okay.
My only comment is that I'm going to move based on my desire to support my colleagues getting questions answered, but also do want to invite community to give us feedback about the impact of us delaying a decision, if that ends up happening, on the work that they're already doing, especially given some of the public comments that were made. So I want to understand, I want to give us an opportunity to understand what we're approving, but then also understand the impact they may have on community.
Are there any other board comments? Director Williams?
Thank you, President Burhart, and I appreciate that, Director Berry. I think my rationale for, again, postponing a second contract is that we are having major decisions coming up. And for us to get our budget right, we have to get our practices right. We have to get how we're going to engage our contracts and understand what those outcomes are going to be ahead of time. I think that it is most respectful, as one of the community members said, is that having an upfront understanding of how we are doing this work and how it connects to lifting up these academic achievement and academic skills is most important. And if we're just here to be a rubber stamp and just sign off on contracts that's given to us, then I think that's very problematic. And so, although it feels difficult at times, and that there are processes to email a question in, can you answer this question, why this contract, why you wait until now when you actually started in August? I think our public don't get a chance to understand what's going on in our communities, because what they see is our students are not reading at grade level, and we are spending so much money trying to lift up the literacy scores, And we as board members don't have anything to say. We have nothing to show in that regard. So I think if we start to raise our standards, raise our expectations of how we are visioning what the impact is, what our assessment looks like, or a framework to actually use and give to the board as how many students, what steps is it going to take, where are we going to do a midterm assessment, what is the after assessment, what progress has this contract actually impacted our students. We don't know any of that. All we're doing is approving contracts. And so I think that there hopefully will become opportunities where district staff will engage us ahead of time to say this is what our goals are, this is how we're going to assess our goals to be successful, and this is what we're going to do to go forward. So I'm just, again, looking forward to having conversations with the staff in regards to what our game plan is, especially in restorative justice. We have a student director that is leading a lot of the work here, and we have multiple schools and sites that are doing the work. How does this align with that is what I'd like to know. Thank you very much.
Okay, go ahead.
Are there any other board comments? So we're now voting on the motion to postpone. And did you give a date, a certain date certain? Okay, so we're
Which
voting
is
to postpone
February
this
12th.
until the next board meeting, which is February 12th. Can we have a roll call on the vote?
Yes, the student directors are absent, and on the motion to postpone until the next regular board meeting, Director Latta,
Yes.
Director Williams,
Yes, sir.
Director Hutchins is absent, Director Berry,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
No.
Vice President Batchelor,
Yes.
and President Brohart.
No.
Okay, motion to postpone is adopted. Madam President, just in general, I'm not taking any sides here. The current board policy as to how contracts are handled is board policy, which is in the business section, 3312. I would recommend that all board members review that policy and then come to some decisions as to whether or not you want to modify it.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The next item on the agenda is L35, which is amendment number 1, L35 25-0027. Amendment number 1, Services Agreement 2024-25, Bay Area Community Resources, Elmhurst United Middle School. Is there a motion to adopt this item?
Yes, I motion that we adopt amendment number 1, Service Agreement 2024-2025, Bay Area Community Resources, Elmhurst United Middle School.
And is there a second?
Second.
It's been motioned to adopt by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Williams. Is there any public comment on this item? Thank you. Is there any board comment? Okay, we are ready to take a vote.
On the roll call to adopt L-35, student directors are absent. Director Hutchinson is absent. On the remaining board members, Director Williams,
Yes, sir.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Director Berry,
Yes.
Director Latter,
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Abstain.
Okay. And President Brohart.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to item M, which is the adoption of general consent report, general obligation bonds, measure B, J, and Y. There has been nothing pulled on this item. So unless we have a motion to adopt the consent items under measure M, under item M, sorry.
Yes, President, I move that the adoption of our general consent report, including the consent bonds, B, J, and Y.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. It's been moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Latta. Are there any public comments on this item?
Yes, we have Fasal Olabala and Ben Tapscott.
Okay, 2 minutes, please.
Let me try to do this in 1 minute for you. Item M3 and M6 reference West Oakland Middle School, and it had already been predetermined that West Oakland Middle School was going through a process of window replacements. Now we're saying that we got an M3, additional inspectional services due to increased scope of work. I mean, how many, you found extra windows that needed to be attended to? I thought you were replacing all the windows. Then M6, and that's over $43,000. But M6 is $598,000 to provide additional architectural and engineering design services. What are you designing for $598,000? Designing windows? Because I think that's the only scope of work going on over there. But I'm just confused about West Oakland. And last meeting, you had something to say about additional money for West Oakland related to the windows. So these must be some wonderful windows, my time's up, that y'all putting over there.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
Yes, Ben Tapscott, if he's still here.
No, he just left.
Okay. And that's it?
Yes, that includes public speakers.
Okay, thank you. Are there any board comments? Okay, and with that, we will take a roll call vote. Mr. Rakestraw?
Yes, on the roll call to adopt the general consent report measures BJ and Y. Student directors are absent. Director Hutchinson is absent. Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Barry.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Latta.
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Yes.
And President Brohard.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move to item S1, which is new business. And this is the district financial audit. And I am not sure how to pronounce the first name on this, but I'm sure the speaker will do that for me. So if you come forward, thank you.
Okay. This is a voting item, Madam President.
Can I have a motion to adopt the audit report?
I move that we adopt the district financial audit report.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. So it was moved by Director Thompson and seconded by Director Barry. Go ahead, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, talk about accounting for a little bit. My name is Nathan Edelman with Eid Bailey, and I am the independent external auditor. So it's a bunch of audits. Let me just try and give you the 10,000-foot executive overview of the scope and the results of the audit. The slides, these slides are really just about the parcel taxes, but a lot of it is, a lot of it overlaps. The district's financial audit, and really what we have in the packet is the district's financial audit fiscal year ending June 30, 2024. There's also separate audits for each of the parcel taxes, G, G1, Measure N, and really, I'd say I've met separately and gone over this in quite a bit of detail with the audit committee, but really the scope of the audit, I stand here as the auditor, and our job is to report back the results of the audit. There's a page in the report, or some pages in the report, and they have some text that talks about whether or not the financial statements are, and actually I'll go back here, whether or not the financial statements are fairly stated. And kind of the analogy that I like to use, the legs, the audit is kind of like you go to the doctor and the doctor gives you a blood test. They tell you whether or not you're healthy. They may tell you some steps that you need to work on. We call those audit findings. But at the end of the day, the district is responsible for those financial statements, for setting up internal controls, and the auditor really just reports back the results of the audit. So on the topic of timing for a moment, one thing that's significant here, the date of the audit is the date that we issued the report is December 14, 2024. The reason why that is meaningful is because for those who, if you look back a few years, I've been doing this for a little while now, but not that long ago, this audit wouldn't have been produced for sometimes even a couple years after that. And this audit was completed on time, consistent with all of the other school districts, which I actually think is a really good thing for Oakland Unified, and something that, you know, just a few years ago, honestly was not possible. In fact, we meaningfully finished fieldwork by, I think it was Halloween, which is probably as early as it has ever been. So that is a good thing. Without going into all of this, you know, first and foremost, the scope and the purpose of the audit, it's really to make sure that the financial statements are complete and accurate, that they accurately represent the financial position of the district as of, you know, in this case, June 30, 2024. There's a number of compliance things in there, including specifically those parcel taxes, you know, Measure G, G1, Measure N. The scope of that audit, it's make sure that the district is using the funds consistent with what is allowable. Yeah, and then the results of the audit, the slides are a little bit incomplete because it's just for the parcel taxes, but there's a few conclusions, a few takeaways. One, the opinion on the financial statements is what we call an unmodified or clean opinion. That is really what you want the auditor to be telling you. That, and I use that health analogy, which is a little bit inaccurate. A clean opinion on the financial statements means that the information is good, it's complete and accurate. Technically, theoretically, the district could be any entity, could be 5 minutes from insolvency, as long as the financial statements are accurate, as long as they are reliable, they have good information, the auditor will have a clean opinion on the financial statements. There were no internal control deficiencies, which is also really good, because just a few years ago, I would have been standing here with lots of internal control deficiencies, and that really means that the district was able to put together the information on its own, which is really what is expected, and it means that the numbers were reliable when we started the audit. So, all in all, a very good thing. On the compliance side, with all of the parcel taxes, there were no findings. There are a few findings with regards to state compliance, and the good thing there is that those findings are consistent with other school districts, because again, a few years ago, the types of findings that Oakland had were unusual, just more severe than lots of your peer school districts. And you know, you don't want any findings, obviously, but there's been a big improvement, just a reduction in the severity of the findings. So really with that, that's an extremely an express overview of the scope of the audit. So I can go into a lot more detail, but I'll turn over to the directors. And if there's any questions, or if there's anything you would like me to talk about in more detail, I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to take the audit committee report, and then we'll do public comments. Nope. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Are there any comments, public comments from this? And are there any board comments?
Yes, we have public
public
speakers.
speakers, sorry.
Yes. We have Asalo Bala and Ben Tapscott.
Okay. Oh, she said okay? No. No. Are there any board comments on this? Oh. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Grant Dawson. Did you have anything you wanted to add to the audit report? Okay, thanks. And are there any other board? I need to be taller. I'm sorry. I can't see over that television set.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say thank you for the report, and I'm trying to put all of this in perspective. And so what you say things specifically like, make sure that the report is complete and accurate, and then when you talk about the fact that there were no inconsistencies in the internal control, it makes me feel very good, because we're moving, I think, in a positive direction. So if we can right this ship and have everything go that way, it would be absolutely wonderful. So I just want to thank you for your report, And I just wanted to mention those two things that stood out to me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board comments? Director Lotta, then Director Berry.
Yes, thank you so much for your work. I think I'll also echo other people's applause of having been a parent in the district, remember the many, many audit findings and was around for mid-year budget cuts. So I think, thank you for the work of the financial team for improving our findings. I think the one thing that I will just note and I think it's actually from the audit committee report, which are we going to review them? So I'll reserve my comments for that, but thank you.
Director Berry?
My comment is actually about the report. I'll wait.
Right. Thank you for your report. And next, I guess we'll hear from the audit committee. There's no vote.
On the roll call to approve or accept the district's audit as stated in the agenda for the year ending June 30th, 2024. The student directors are absent. Director Lotta.
Yes.
Director Berry.
Yes.
Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Director Hutchinson is absent. Vice President Batchelor
Yes.
and President Brohard.
Yes.
The reports are approved.
We'll have a report from Elizabeth Ross on the audit committee.
It's actually going to be,
Online.
and my name's Caroline Lee, the vice chair.
Okay.
So unfortunately, Ms. Ross is not able to be here tonight 'cause she's rotated off the committee.
Oh.
Yeah, her term was up as of our last meeting. So if you have any friends that want to be on the audit committee, we do need bodies. So do you guys all have this letter, or do you want us to put it up?
Do you want to put the letter up? Working on it. We're working on it. It'll be up in a minute.
Okay, you want me to go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, as Mr. Edelman pointed out, we definitely see that the finances are that the audit, year after year, the audit is improving. So the auditors are able to get the information, they're able to get it timely. A lot of the things that the finance team has been working on, over the last couple of years is really showing in the audit, that it's working, what they're doing, the controls that they're putting into place. So we had the audit findings drop from 7 to 6 from last year, which is good news. Also, the severity of the audit findings has lessened. So that's also really great. And yeah, we pointed out that one of the things that was a problem, which was the teachers having their appropriate certificates. So the audit found that some teachers are teaching without the appropriate certificates that they're supposed to have. So that created a pretty big penalty for OUSD of around $800,000. So we did point that one out specifically in the letter as a piece of concern, because in 2021 we had a similar finding, and that was a $300,000 fine as well. So yeah, I just wanted the board to be aware of that. We also stressed, like we did last year, we know or I hear that budget cuts are coming, and the finance team is pretty small as it is. So we would just urge that we at least keep the finance team intact. Because obviously with these huge fines, if we don't have a finance team that's on top of these things and doing their own internal audits throughout the year, it's going to cost way more at the end than, you know, one person and one salary. So yeah, those are kind of the main points in the letter, especially, and then also at the end that we noticed that the reserve funds at the end of the year was 13%, which usually, you know, you guys like to keep it around 3%, 4%. So we just thought that that number was high, and it's been consistently high since 2021. So we just wanted to bring that to the board's attention. It's more of a budgeting and finance issue than an audit committee concern. But we just wanted to point that out because we noticed it.
Thank you for your report. Are there any, is there any, let me take public comments on this. Is there any board comments, questions? Ms. Grandawson, is there anything you wanted to add to this? I did have one question about the reserves, and I think that is an interesting, she pointed out that the reserve funds were at 13%. We could address that.
Yes, good evening, Governing Board, President Brohard, Vice President, her absence, and our Board of Trustees. So as it relates to the reserve, I mean, we're looking at the total reserve, which also includes the amount that we need, the 3% reserve, again, which is about $26 million based on our spending. That reserve, as you know, for 24-25 budget, we have used that reserve to adopt our budget, and that remains as such. So what that means is that, again, as we've already talked about with the, as was already noted, the budget reductions, we're using our reserves this year in excess. And again, which is why we're recommending the $95 million, because it includes us being able to maintain the reserve. So hope that answers your question. Okay.
And are there any other questions? I know Director Lotta and Director Barry, you said you both had questions on the audit report.
Yeah, I mean, my only question was specifically around the reserves being, being, I think over projecting. And I know I shared with you, Ms. Grant Dawson, I think a general concern that I have around the balance of being conservative versus money not going to schools. I think as we move through the budget process, we'll get more detail, but.
So this again, when we're auditing our actuals, that's not budget, it's actuals. It means that's money that's not spent. There's a very big difference between when we're budgeting conservatively, and when we budget and don't spend, then that's what falls to the bottom line and or moves to the next year. So, as it relates to money getting to schools, we do have that, follow-up as far as how much money goes to schools, but then we also have a very significant conversation, which is why I was in the budget balancing solutions, about what we don't spend back to carryover in other areas and those challenges that live there. So the money being there and us being able to manifest the plans has been a challenge, but as it relates to the unaudited actuals, this was what the final amounts, revenues, and expenses were. So we definitely can continue that conversation about money to schools and the use of it therein.
Director Barry, did you have a question?
I didn't have a question, but I did want to make a comment and flag something that I think Caroline brought up, which was, it's not considered a material weakness, but the $800,000 penalty, which I think is material within the context we're currently in, and just wanted to flag that it's like another reason why we do have to pay attention to attracting and retaining teachers, and that is challenging in a context where people don't have sort of like the stability they may need in the district. So there's a little bit of urgency on my part to do the hard work we have to do to stabilize the finances so that year to year teachers don't have to look over their shoulders, and we can therefore attract more teachers to the district.
So that particular finding, and definitely as we move forward back to some of the internal controls, is also about placement. So again, when we are recruiting, which we have done for teachers in many other positions, and they are cleared for a specific position and role and scope, and then once they get to their school community, may be placed in another placement where they're not credentialed. That's where the finding comes in, because we are doing and we have to do that legwork in the beginning. It's when there's a change to where the placement of that particular professional is that we're running into that. So just to put context around how we get there, the issue that we need to work on back to is our capacity of reviewing our master schedules and reviewing the same placement of those professionals that we have recruited for a specific purchase based on their credential, and then where we've placed them. So that's the synergy that we need to build. And again, back to primarily this would lie with our talent team, that capacity that we have to try to regenerate with our staffing the way that it is and the way that it's becoming. So that is where the root of that finding comes from, is that piece, and us being able to do, as was mentioned, those internal reviews and audits, and having the right staff to be able to do that ongoing.
Very helpful, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I just ask, I'm just wondering, and this may be more a question for Tara Gard, is when teachers are hired and then they're placed in something where they're not credentialed, does that also include teachers who are on emergency credentials or waivers or working towards their credential?
So if in the same breath, she might be online, I'm not sure, Janine, if you see, or the team, if you see Tara on right now. So with that would include that. Again, what position they're applying for and then placed in, and if that's changed, at the site for whatever the reasons, the sections that they're trying to fill, our internal control has to be, you have to walk back through the talent door to make sure before that placement happens that that individual is eligible to be placed in that position. If not, then again, our talent partners will be able to help with that placement or, work with the teams on what to do as an alternative. So with that is, what we have to kind of work on with that robustness. There are several findings that we have now with the remaining 6 that could be very easily addressed. And so although, as Mr. Edelman said, some of them, especially like with the immunizations, because of some of the changes in the law, our after school program being an ongoing finding, but getting a repeat finding, but getting better, right? I mean, that's what our goal is to try to clear them. By the time you hear the audit report, we're halfway through the year. Right, so that's where us being able to do more review and having that capacity throughout the year helps us to see it before we get to the spring when we're reviewing this data, and also teaching, which we've done, our departments how to review their compliance. And so I think we've done a tremendous job in being able to teach and learn how to do those things, but we do have to build that internal capacity to make sure that we can do it consistently. You're welcome.
Are there any other comments? Thank you. I want to thank Elizabeth Ross. Welcome, Caroline Lee, for your service as the chairperson of the audit committee, and welcome Caroline Lee as the new chair of the audit committee. Thank you. Okay, in another learning experience here, I am going to go back.
President Brohar, should we check for public speakers?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. I don't have public.
Well, for Salo Labala and Bim Tapscott.
Something just came out in the news today, and it's a story that says that you got a letter from the Alameda County Office of Education saying that you could be out of cash by November and unable to meet your financial obligations. It also states that the district may have a total loss of control of the district if it needs bankruptcy loan. So I think you guys need to look at your financial audit, but you need to look at this, because when people start reading this, a lot of trust is going to be eliminated in terms of your capacity, because it also says that you've done nothing to resolve the issue. So take some time to look at that, because you got to work on, I don't think the Alameda County is really serving our best interests. But anyway, this is serious, because you can't do it alone. You need community and support and backing and buy-in for your capacity to deal with these issues, and this doesn't help.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
No, President, that concludes public speakers.
So again, in a mistake on my part, I skipped over item P, which is comments by collective bargaining units, and I believe we have at least one online. NUAS, sorry. Sorry, Carrie.
President, did you want to take the online first or in person?
Yeah, let's take online first. Thank you.
We have Trish Billinson.
Hi, good evening, Board. Trish Bellinson. I'm a library technician, also serve as the SEIU chapter president. I wanted to give congratulations to the re-elected and welcome the newly elected board members, Director Latta and Director Berry. I'm hopeful that this board will be able to move policy that reflects the needs of students, staff, and the community, and hear the concerns that get brought forth from all stakeholders. SEIU is excited to collaborate with new board directors and to continue to build strong working relationships with existing board directors with the aim to understand the support our classified professionals provide to our schools and the challenges that we do sometimes face. Two ongoing concerns that SEIU often raises are: one, ensuring employees are always working within their classification. We often hear from members who are being asked or told to take on job duties outside of their classification. We have to do better as a district and understand job descriptions and the scope of work expected. And two, contracting work out to outside contractors for jobs we already have in-house. We see this in the Student Assignment Center, where independent photographers are being contracted out instead of SEIU in-house producers fulfilling that work. We see it in the various service agreements being drafted up and ran through the Ed Fund to contract restorative justice practices rather than utilize our restorative justice facilitators and the RJ coordinator. This was pulled in item L34, the service agreement for a restorative student ambassador at Frick United. And just to be clear, it's just a renaming, a rebranding of whom we already have in-house, the RJ facilitator. And the services, quote, are to initiate restorative justice practices. So I want to be really clear, this is contracting out in-house work. I really appreciate Director Berry giving question as to, wanting to understand the impact for pulling consent report items and kind of delaying the process in that sense. And in this instance, there is no impact because Frick United actually already has an RJ facilitator at that particular school. So there is no need for another RJ facilitator. We do have early literacy reading tutors who already provide literacy tutoring to our students. So why are multiple service agreements being drafted and enacted upon prior to board vote? For literacy tutoring in both of the items that were discussed earlier, L17 with Ignite Reading for 15 minutes of online tutoring for 61 students, and item L29 with Reading Partners at Lockwood for 40 students. Really want to give a special shout out to Director Williams for lifting these items up and pulling them and discussing them and not rubber stamping them and having postponing to the next board meeting to have a deeper discussion, to gain more analysis, to make more informed decisions. That is so appreciated, that is necessary, and I hope I'm actually in process of looking over the board policy regarding contracting, as well as all the amendments made, and hope that further amendments can be made on that contracting board policy to protect when service agreements are brought before the board and that dates are in alignment, to the best that they can possibly be. So thank you for that. Also, retention issues remain when workers are being tasked with the work of 2 to 3 workers. We'll continue to see this as long as we keep hiring outside and not utilizing those who are in-house. Lastly, on behalf of all of SEIU classified professionals, we reaffirm our commitment to student safety, and we care deeply about our immigrant and LGBTQ students, their families, and our members and other workers, and we promise to stand together against any threat to their sanctuary. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey? Sorry, Carrie. You.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. My name is Kerry Kaufman. I am President of United Administrators of Oakland Schools. Our union represents principals, assistant principals, community school managers, and central office managers, coordinators, directors, and supervisors, among others. First off, I wanted to congratulate the Board President on your new role, the Vice President on your new role, the new Board Directors, Director Berry, Director Latta, and the returning members who also won their elections as well. Prior to talking about concerns for the union, I do want to appreciate actions that the district and board took this evening to ensure that UAOS members have equitable access to pay when they're being directed to work outside of their week and day. Oftentimes we are directed to work at nights and weekends, and there has been a long history of not being paid to do that, and I appreciate the district and the board's action today on resolving that. I now want to focus on some of the concerns. Over the next month, you as the board will be tasked with making very challenging decisions that will impact students for years to come. You have heard from a couple of my members about some of the proposed cuts and the negative impacts that students. So I wanted to reiterate the importance of community school managers, especially during the summer months. And I want to request reconsideration of moving them from 12 months to 11 months. Our CSMs are crucial to keeping our schools running and ensuring we're a full-service community school district. We are not a full-service community school district only for part of the year. Many might wonder what our CSMs do over the summer, especially when schools are closed. And I know you heard a little of it from a couple of members earlier. At times, CSMs are one of the only staff members at the sites working. While principals, assistant principals, and teachers are out for the summer, many of our CSMs are the main point of contact for our families. CSMs support mental health crises, food insecurity, housing insecurity, enrollment, and many other things. And these needs do not stop in July. In fact, a lot of them increase in July. CSMs also work to prepare schools for a smooth school year start, and that work also happens in July. When you're tasked with balancing the district's budget, I implore you to reconsider the cuts to the summer work because it is extremely valuable to our students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Back to the agenda. The next item on the agenda is the, the 2025 Oakland Unified School District California Legislative Platform. Is that Patty and Leilani? Okay.
Mr. Seychow, can we update or promote Patty Herrera as a panelist, please, and thank you.
Yes, I promoted her, but she declined, but I will promote her again. Give me 1 second.
Okay, I think she might have missed the invitation, time-bound it.
There we go, she's rejoining as a panelist.
And we have Leilani Aguinaldo here in the audience with us, so she's going to be running the slide for us.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seychow. So good evening, board and community. We are looking forward to having our colleagues from School Services of California present this evening. There's 3 outcomes for tonight. The first one is to do a retrospective review of last year's key outcomes and progress aligned to the legislative cycle adopted in 2024. The second outcome is to provide the board with a primer on the typical budget and legislative timeline so that there's a clear and calibrated understanding of the process. And then finally, the third outcome is to provide the board with some strategies and tools for evaluating policy and advocacy efforts and really thinking through that both through a 360-degree perspective and also just a strategic perspective. I'll say before I hand it over to Leilani that all of this information is really teeing up the development of the board platform, legislative platform for 2025. And so there'll be a slide that sort of articulates that process. But I've begun in one-on-ones with board directors, beginning to hear your priorities and thoughts and interests, and the same will happen with staff over the next couple of weeks before we bring a draft platform for first read in February, and then for a board vote at the end of February. So with that, I will hand it over to you, Leilani. Thanks for being here with us.
Great, thanks, Dr. Moore, and happy to be here with you all today, this evening.
What do you need help with, kiddo?
Was that me? No. Okay. So Dr. Patty Herrera is also joining us remotely. I apologize. Our school services, our firm, did one of our big budget workshops down in Southern California. So I flew up so I could be here in person, and Dr. Herrera is joining us remotely. So she's still joining us from the hotel room. But she will also be available to answer any questions that you all may have. So as Dr. Moore stated, one of the goals for today is to just kind of review 2024 for Oakland Unified School District and some of the key outcomes that came out as a result of board action from last year. So the board last year adopted the legislative platform, and as an outcome of that, there were some successes that came out specific to the state budget and that directly benefited the district. We started a year ago when the state was contemplating the state budget for 24-25. There were significant concerns about an operating deficit for the state budget and specifically also for K-12 schools around California. Despite that, the enacted budget that came to fruition for the July 1, 2024 start of the fiscal year did maintain funding for education programs, particularly programs that are very key for Oakland Unified, such as transportation, expanded learning, career technical education, and community schools, in addition to applying the statutory COLA for the local control funding formula, the equity multiplier, special education, and universal school meals, just as an example of some of the programs that are included in the budget and are integral to Oakland Unified. In addition to that, there were a number of bills that the board last year had taken action to support, and these bills are listed on the next few slides. These are bills that were signed into law by Governor Newsom, and again, these were all bills that the board took action last year to support. The first of these is AB 2711, which revised school suspension and expulsion policies specific to alcohol, tobacco, and drug-related infractions to shift to a focus on assisting students who may have substance abuse problems. Another key bill for the district last year was SB 976, which had to do with shielding minors from the harmful effects of social media. AB 2268 was a bill that exempted TK students from being assessed the developmentally inappropriate LPAC. I say developmentally inappropriate for our 4-year-olds in TK. There was another legislation, AB 1930, which allows child development associate teacher permit holders to renew their permits without limiting the number of renewals. Prior to this bill, the permit holders were only allowed to renew their permits for the Child Development Associate Teacher Permit 3 times, a maximum of 3 times. And then 2 final bills, AB 3089, which was a formal apology on behalf of the state for gross human rights violations related to human slavery. And then finally, the school bond. AB 247, the districts supported the legislation that placed the school bond on the November ballot. And then finally, of course, we'd be remiss if we did not add that through the board's priorities and district leadership, advocacy also led to securing special funding for newcomer students as well as state financial support to address the district's budget deficits. So that's just kind of a synopsis of 2024. We wanted to take a few minutes to run through those successes for the district as you continue to undergo discussions about the 2025 legislative platform. And as Dr. Moore mentioned, here we will run through the timeline for 2025 moving forward. So these are the dates that I believe are in mind. Today is obviously January 22nd, which is kind of the official kickoff of talking at the board meeting about the education policies for 2025. And then later in February, there's an expectation that the draft policy platform will be discussed at a regular board meeting and then adopted at a later meeting in February. In line with that, once the platform is formally adopted, there is a process in place for adopting formal positions for the district to adopt formal positions on legislation. So once the policy platform is adopted, then legislation will be identified that aligns with the platform for board consideration. And of course, individual directors certainly may suggest legislation that will be put forward for consideration by the full board. As part of that process, once legislation is identified, then feedback is solicited from district staff so that the impact on students, families, staff, and the communities of the district, the implementation considerations can be analyzed and that feedback provided by district staff. And then after that, the legislation itself, there will be a list of legislation that is available for board discussion and then formal adoption. And then once that list of legislation for the year is adopted by the board, then Dr. Herrera and I will advocate on behalf of the district to convey those positions that were adopted. And I'll also add that even though, you know, there's this timeline, these steps and formal adoption of board positions for legislation can happen throughout the year. So this isn't something that happens just once throughout the year. As many of you already know, legislation is amended multiple times throughout. New bills will come, bills are amended. So please know that it's not, you know, just a one board meeting, one board vote to adopt legislation. This can happen throughout. And this is also made clear, I'll go through in another slide, the legislative bill process. Here is just summarizing the process for the state budget because these are two parallel processes that happen. So you are here, right? We're still early in the budget process. The governor just released his budget proposal for 25-26 on January 10. Tomorrow, actually, will kick off the legislature's first hearings to evaluate the governor's budget proposals for 25-26. And then the next milestone will be by May 14 when the governor issues a May revision to his budget proposal. And then that's when negotiations with both houses of the legislature will really heat up with the intent of the legislature passing a budget by June 15 and then the governor ideally enacting the budget by June 30 so that it is in place by the July 1 start of the 25-26 fiscal year. As far as the process for bills, this is the flow chart for bills. We're still in the middle of bill introductions by assembly members and state senators. After the bills are introduced, they will go through the policy committee hearing. If there are fiscal implications for the bills, then they go to the appropriations committee and then the floor vote, and then the process is repeated in the second house. Here on this slide and on the next slide, we summarize or we detail the dates for the 2025 state budget and legislative timelines. So the ones to note here, February 21 will be the deadline for senators and assembly members to introduce bills for 2025. In the spring is when budget subcommittees and policy committees will evaluate legislation and budget proposals, and public testimony is heard. As I mentioned earlier, the May revision is due by the governor by May 14. And then let's see here. In June, there are a number of key deadlines. June 6th is the deadline for legislation to clear the House of Origin. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, June is also when budget negotiations are heating up between the governor and the Assembly and the Senate. This year, September 12 is when the legislature will be ending session for 2025, and then the governor will have until October 12 to sign or veto legislation that comes before him. We also wanted to make sure, in addition to that formal process that we just went through, there are key decision makers that are all part of this process, right? Some of these are the ones that we've already stated and are very obvious, like the governor, the Assembly, and the Senate. But then we also wanted to take a moment to summarize, some of the other key decision makers that are part of this process and that also interact with Oakland Unified School District as the district articulates its policy priorities during the year. So among those are the Department of Finance and the State Board of Education, which are under the umbrella of Governor Newsom's administration. There's the legislature, and that is not just the elected officials of the legislature, but also staff and the Legislative Analyst's Office. And then, of course, there are also state agencies such as Superintendent Tony Thurmond, the California Department of Education, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing as examples. And then in what we call, or what are frequently referred to as the third house, there are other educational partners that are also part of this process that Dr. Herrera and I interact with. Those could be statewide associations such as the California School Boards Association, the Association of California School Administrators as examples. They can also include other districts. So for example, Oakland Unified often communicates with other districts such as San Francisco Unified across the Bay, Los Angeles Unified, Fresno, Sacramento City, other urban school districts, with the intent of trying to collaborate, right? Because there's strength in numbers often when it comes to advocacy for things that would impact the district's communities. So that is just one summary there. And then as the board directors for Oakland Unified, over the course of the next few weeks, continue to contemplate the policy platform for 2025, and then also once you reach a point where there is consideration of legislation, we thought it would be helpful to include just some considerations as you consider priorities that your board will eventually consider and vote on, right? So some of these questions that we thought would be good to uplift as part of these considerations and part of these communications are a fiscal impact analysis. What are the impacts potentially of proposals, short-term or long-term for the district? What are some of the staff impacts or implementation considerations, whether it's workload, timelines, et cetera? On staff, on district staff, are there resources available to support implementation of these proposals? Is the request based on, or is it aligned with the current legislative priorities and platforms, just as another example? And then here also, has the board taken prior action or positions on these issues? What are some of the state and national dynamics? Will the requests make or require negotiations with the district's labor partners as another example? So just summarizing here again, some of the questions that we think or we suggest might be helpful moving forward as you contemplate some priorities for consideration in the platform or legislation as well moving forward. And with that, I know I threw a lot of information out at you, but happy to answer any questions. And like I mentioned, Dr. Herrera is also available for questions, if that makes sense.
Any board questions? Go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much. And it was nice to meet you at a prior call. Good to see you again. One of my questions relates to the timeline that you showed, not the budget process timeline, but the ledge timeline. Is there any opportunity for the board to weigh in on ledge priorities that we might drive here in Oakland versus setting a ledge agenda according to legislation that has been presented by other people or already has secured authors?
I want to make sure I understand the question, Director Perry, or Director Berry. Is that in relation to, for example, if the district wanted to sponsor legislation? Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking
like we
about?
had an idea, something that affects Oakland students, but we know that the rest of the state could benefit from, and we would do the work of finding the author and finding other folks to build power with to put forth legislation.
Yeah, I think that for something like that, we would want to make sure that, you know, of course, as the board contemplates taking action on sponsored legislation as opposed to just supporting or opposing legislation as an example, you know, wanting to make sure that if there is a potential sponsored legislation that would be in alignment with the board platform, that's certainly something we could do. The deadlines are looming for that, right? Because the deadline for bill introduction is February 21. But there's always ways to work with that, right? I think our main consideration as staff or advocates that support the work of the board and the work of the district is to make sure that those conversations and action is taken by the board to enable us, you know, Dr. Herrera and I, to move forward, you know, as desired by the board. I mean, I think that would be our main consideration, to make sure we have the appropriate direction to move forward. But those are certainly conversations that we could have.
Yeah, next year, because it's like the 24th when you have to have an author, right?
Before February 21. So it would be right now, basically, that we would need to be finding authors and stuff. So it would be difficult, but certainly not impossible. But yes, ideally, you know, it would be something that would probably be better suited for 2026, right? Just because of the timing. But again, definitely not impossible, depending on the urgency of what the potential legislative idea is.
I have two kind of clarifying questions. One on the third house. One, who makes up the Ed Coalition? I've heard that mentioned before. And then are unions, or CTA in particular, included as part of that house? I saw other associations and...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, our labor partners would definitely be included. I apologize if they weren't explicitly listed on that slide. As far as the Ed Coalition, those are the statewide management organizations. So if I remember correctly, it includes AXA, CSBA, CASBO, the California County Superintendents, and then on the labor side, it's CTA, CSCA, SEIU. I know I'm just rattling off letters. I apologize. Okay.
You're good.
Yeah. And I think maybe the PTA is on there. It's alphabet soup. That's what we always call it. But luckily, we're all speaking the same language. So I believe that's all of the organizations. But they're all basically statewide organizations, not individual districts.
And then my last question is, what is a suspense file?
The suspense file. So legislation, if it has a fiscal price tag associated with it, then it goes through the Appropriations Committee, right? So that was one of the arrows on the flow chart. And what happens when legislation goes through the Appropriations Committee is, assuming it surpasses a certain dollar amount, it's a really low dollar amount. I want to say it's like $10,000 or $5,000. Then the Appropriations Committee puts it on what they call the suspense file. And then the suspense file is heard at a later date, right before the deadline for bills to pass the fiscal committee. The idea behind that is the Appropriations Committee members are able to vote on legislation comprehensively with a better understanding of what the aggregate fiscal impact is of all this legislation they're passing, right? As opposed to if they're passing legislation one-off, but then they don't, if they do it that way, they don't really have a sense of what is this price tag that they're amassing for the state, right? So by, this is of course the stated reason, right, for the suspense file. It's also, there's a lot of behind the scenes that goes on, as you can imagine. But that is ultimately the reason, so that they have a more of an aggregate price tag associated with legislation that they approve.
Are there any other questions? Go ahead, Director Vice.
Thank you. So I guess I just had like a few things that I wanted to uplift, because these aren't like natural places where we might, natural bills that we may want to like look at, or areas that we want to support. And so I want to uplift them because of what the climate is at the moment. So first and foremost, to Director Barry's point of earlier about, you know, housing instability for our students, really looking to see if there are any bills or any authors that support funding affordable housing, housing unhoused community members, and also capping rents. We're already seeing price gouging happening in Southern California because of the fires. And so thinking of, or are there any bills that are coming up that you can see that have any of those components? Also specifically, if there's anything in there to support school districts in converting unutilized spaces into housing. Next, because of the fires that are going on again in Southern California and could be happening really anywhere in California because of our fire season, is the legislature thinking about any sort of disaster relief fund for school districts that will have to rebuild entire school sites, entire communities, and maintain funding for those school districts while attendance data is not possible to identify? Because again, students are either hopping to online learning or they're not participating in school because of natural disasters. And lastly, unfortunately, because of our change in federal administration, if there's also any bills around the support from the state around attendance for our students that are immigrants. Because again, you know, as folks may be fearing attending school or having families being detained potentially by ICE agents throughout the state of California, that sends shockwaves all over the state. And so sometimes students and families may not feel comfortable in sending students into school. We still need those resources to try to get those students to come back into school to support those students. And so if there's anything that the state is thinking about doing, or any senators thinking about doing to support our immigrant populations in that way. And then lastly, this morning, State Senator Araguin mentioned he's introducing a bill to continue to provide sanctuary to spaces to hospitals. And he also mentioned that there is a sister bill that will continue to provide that sanctuary space to school sites. And so if there's anything like that that's also introduced that can continue to support our immigrant and refugee families, that would be really helpful to know as well.
Okay. Yes, so let me try and share what I know, and for this one I will rely on the phone a friend for Dr. Herrera, because she is an expert more on the attendance assistance as an example. But as far as legislation on any of these topics, I will reiterate that it is early in the process, right? So as far as specific legislation to address some of the housing instability that you mentioned, Director Batchelor, I personally haven't seen any yet, but that's not to say that it's not to come. We fully expect that there will be plenty of legislation introduced specific to housing instability. Disaster relief, just as an example, I was just going through some special session legislation, and as one example, there's already $1 million that's being proposed specifically for LA Unified and Pasadena Unified, right? Because those are specific examples right now of two districts that have lost schools to wildfires right now. So that is definitely at the forefront of the legislature's mind. So I'd list those off as just examples. And then as far as the sanctuary space considerations, we'll definitely keep an eye out for the legislation that you mentioned by the Assembly member. But there is also, in addition to that, there is already a Senate bill and an Assembly bill that would, what's the word I'm looking for, that would clarify or prevent ICE from coming onto school campuses specifically. So that legislation is out there, and we will certainly make sure that those types of legislation are on the list that come before you for board consideration. Dr. Herrera, do you want to speak a little bit to the attendance relief issues and anything else that you want to detail that I missed in response to Director Batchelor? Are you muted? Maybe she's muted. Oh, she said her Zoom just froze. my phone a friend was not, technological difficulties, so I apologize. Let's see if she comes back. She did mention earlier that the Wi-Fi at the hotel is unstable, so of course, Murphy's Law. It's trying to reconnect, she just said. So, but hopefully those give you, Director Batchelor, a few responses to what you lifted up. So thank you for highlighting that, and looking forward to continuing the conversation on those issues this year.
Thank you very much for that presentation and response to the questions. I think one of the things, there are many things that I would definitely look forward to further conversation on, which is we just passed the school bond and just trying to understand what that looks like and how will we navigate that for our district. You know, we're looking at asset management as well. We're looking at housing. And I think all of those are kind of in the same area, right? Just trying to fix up our schools, and the ones that we can't fix up, there might be possibility of utilizing housing. I don't know if there's anything out there as a bill that will support schools to build housing. I know we have Assemblywoman Mia Bonta, as well as Buffy Wicks, as well as Liz Ortega. I've talked to them, you know, personally, and they're all a-go. They're ready to do something. So it's just connecting the dots and seeing what the energy is and down in Sacramento. So hopefully those conversations will come back to us. Also, I've been really doing a lot of advocacy with friends in regards to AB 2901, which is 14 weeks of paid pregnancy leave for our women educators, because they are, over the span of their careers, are easily losing $100,000 or more out their pension because they've been penalized to take days off. They're not getting paid. They're using up their pay for sub days. And so that's something I think was started last year, and I think it's going to reboot again coming up in the springtime. I don't know where those conversations are just yet, but hopefully we get some feedback from yourself. Also, I did go through your presentation, and I think we gave you a list of wish items, right? There was a list of wish items. I don't know which ones did not pass. I think you just kind of shared some that we actually got some wins on. But, you know, I'm not sure if those are coming back in the following year, if they've been put on hold or have been canceled altogether. So that would be really helpful to kind of understand our progress. As an educator myself, I'm always looking for reflection or an assessment or a self-evaluation. If we start something, let's reflect and see where we've gotten to and how do we make it better, or where do we need to go to extend our relationships with other partners in the game. Also, I think it's really challenging, I'm sure, and I appreciate the work that you do. And I'm gonna get off the microphone. Thank you very much.
So just in response to one of the bills that you mentioned from last year, AB 2901, the paid pregnancy disability leave. So that has been resurrected this year. I believe it's AB 65. Did Dr. Herrera make it back on? I want to make sure she has an opportunity to weigh in as well. Dr. Herrera, were you able to hear Director Williams' questions about like local bond and the impact on affordable housing and all of that as well? I don't know if that's something that you wanted to weigh in on. I mean, the great thing is Patty is one of the state experts on facilities and affordable housing for employees, et cetera. So it'd be great to get her to weigh in on that item.
Yeah, I'm here. I apologize. I lost, can you hear me? Can folks hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I apologize. I'm in my hotel room, as Leilani mentioned, and I ended up losing connection. So, yes, so what I think this question actually came up from our other trustee about really policies affecting affordable housing. And I will share with you all that, as Leilani had mentioned, she and I work very closely with our colleagues in other statewide organizations like the California School Boards Association. They reached out to us just to chat about workforce housing, specifically educator housing, not necessarily, you know, housing that includes just general community affordable housing or even student housing for that matter. And they were indicating that they are looking at potentially introducing a bill this session to address some issues that came up with school districts being able to leverage prior legislation that they successfully got through to be able to have school districts potentially build affordable housing for their educators. That was really, I didn't really get a lot more from my colleague about what the details of that would be, so we will have to wait until after the bill is introduced. It hasn't been introduced by the legislature yet. With respect to the statewide school bond, unfortunately, the statewide school bond is not a resource for building educator housing or even student housing for that matter. And that's because the provisions of the state bond that the voters approved are tied specifically to instructional spaces or ancillary spaces that support instruction. So insofar as housing educators and housing students is not an instructional space or ancillary space to instruction, it would not be eligible for state bond support, for example. And I just want to maybe just take a moment here to address the issue that I think is coming up because of the LA fires and the impact on school facilities in LA. There has been a recent article about potentially school districts that have been impacted by that fire to encumber much of the bond funds that were just approved by voters with the passage of Proposition 2. It's too early to tell how those districts and their need for replacing their school facilities can potentially impact the statewide school bond and other districts' desires and need for state support, including Oakland Unified, particularly with one of the programs that we lobbied heavily on your behalf to get included into the statewide school bond, which is lead and water mitigation. It's just too early to tell at this point. I will share that the governor's administration is down in Los Angeles right now assessing all of the damage and in an effort to try to help the governor make informed decisions about how California can support, how the state of California can support the fire victims, but we just don't know that. And then if I got booted off right when this issue was being discussed, but I know the issue of immigration is of concern to the district, particularly because you have a very high newcomer population. And as you suggested, you know, ICE raids that are happening in the Central Valley right now could have sorry, it's been a long day. It could have a wide effect across California. So there are ways that school districts can continue to provide support for their students that are impacted. They may be afraid to come to school. They or their families may be deported because of immigration policies. And there are existing laws that allow school districts to continue to offer instruction and learning for those students, particularly through independent study. And if a student should find themselves deported or having to leave the state because their parents are deported, there is a very obscure law in the education code that allows a student to reestablish residency, even if they are no longer living in your boundaries. We would be happy to take the district through that. And as Leilani mentioned, there are already two bills introduced, both one in the Assembly, one on the Senate side, to try to reinforce the sanctuary space of schools. With the recent Trump administration decision to repeal the safe space policy, I think there's questions about, you know, how much the state of California could do to protect their students. And this just, I think that just happened yesterday. The policy was, the federal policy was repealed. So I believe that there are attorneys that are starting to look at this issue now. So this is like fresh information. And of course, as Leilani and I pour through legislation for you to bring to your attention, all of these things will be top of mind.
And then the final thing, Director Williams, in response to, for example, the pregnancy disability leave that you referenced and that I mentioned has been resurrected for this year, I think that provides us with an excellent example as well for some of the discussion, right, and the staff feedback and the step or the role that step plays as part of the process for the board taking action, right? Last year, there was a robust debate on the position that the district would have on AB 2901, and certainly we'll be getting staff feedback again on AB 65 to bring it before the board, recognizing that this is a huge game changer, right? The policy considerations, as you detailed, it's a huge game changer for staff of the district, but then also wanting to fully understand what the impacts are for the district as well, whether or not there are resources provided by the state, et cetera. And so just wanting to make sure that those are also part of the conversation, whether it's that bill or any other legislation that comes before the board.
Second round of questions. You have a question. All right, go ahead, Director Williams.
30 seconds. Thank you very much, President Brohart. Also, I want to bring up IDEA funding, because one of the things that, in addition to us having challenging budget outlooks and having a challenge and balance in our budget, is that we're often moving our general funds over to our restricted funds to cover the increased costs. And so the question is there any, we know that the federal government had promised to actually cover up to 30% or 40% and has only covered 14%, which put a lot of pressure on state governments to do something. But it actually puts more pressure on local school districts, because the more resources that leave our general fund and go over to sped, which is needed, means more cuts for our general ed classrooms. Has there been any conversation to supplement or support school districts to cover the difference at times? Because I was told from our CBO that we moved at least 10 million over from category to another. Thank you.
Sure. So Dr. Herrera and I actually don't do federal advocacy on behalf of Oakland Unified School District. However, for this particular issue that you described about IDEA and special education funding in general, it's certainly something that we could couple as part of our advocacy at the state level, as part of state budget negotiations. If I remember correctly, I believe, Dr. Moore, the district is very active in the Council of Great City Schools, and I know that they are often an excellent resource. I used to work at a district that was similarly active with them, and I know that they are a great resource and do very strong advocacy on behalf of districts like Oakland Unified nationally on this. And the great thing about Council of Great City Schools right now, particularly with the change of administration, is that they're bipartisan, right? So that is something that I know Oakland Unified will not be alone when it comes to advocating for more federal funding. But as I said, Dr. Herrera and I, definitely that is something that we will lift up as part of state budget negotiations on behalf of the district. Patty, I don't know if you have anything else that you want to add on that point, and Dr. Moore, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add on the federal part. Okay, let's say that's a no for Patty. Okay. Thank you.
Are there any more board comments? Go ahead.
All right, I just wanted to say thank you again to Leilani and Patty for joining us. And just for the board, just a few things. School Services provides some really great bulletins and updates throughout the year, and so we try to be diligent about including those in the biweekly message to the board. So specifically around some of the newcomer updates that Leilani shared, we have 2 updates or 2 bulletins that most recently came out. So I can re-forward those over to you. And then Director Williams, just to your question around some of the facilities bond dollars, we have been in touch with some of our elected officials about accessing Prop 2 and Prop 4, particularly thinking about some of the lead mitigation and how we can partner with some of our local municipalities, including East Bay Mud, around accessing those funds too. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. What do you want me to do with the clicker? Leave it here? Okay.
Thank you. I also want to thank you for a really good presentation on the budget on Tuesday. All right. Next item on the agenda.
President Burhart,
Yes.
public speaker.
Oh, sorry. Are there any public speakers on this comment?
Yes, we have Sala Olabala.
So, just came out in the news, Department of Justice threatens to prosecute local officials for resisting immigration enforcement. Now, this is the position black women are taking anytime y'all got to deal with Trump. 93% of us voted against Trump. 82% black men voted against Trump. 53% of white women voted for Trump. 60% of Latinos voted for Trump. Trump is your problem. It's not our problem. So I'm not going to have no discussions on what y'all going to do to deal with him. I am going to have this. Reparations was a part of the legislative agenda for black people. It had on that agenda education for black students with resources and supports. It had on that agenda housing issues related to redlining and domestic domain. It passed. Your governor vetoed it. He said we don't have enough money to deal with this reparations issue. But y'all gonna come up with money to deal with the sanctuary issues, these newcomers. You're gonna find the money. He has already said he's got $50 million, $25 million for legal issues and $25 million to support newcomers. And you know what we're getting for reparations from the state of California? A letter of apology related to slavery and a plaque.
Thank you. Are there any other public speakers?
No, President. That includes public speakers.
The next item on the agenda is S5 25-0015, application for provisional internship permit, California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, named employees for the school year 2024-25. Is there a motion to adopt this?
I make a motion to adopt the Board of Education Resolution number 2425-0069, the application for provisional internship permits.
Second.
Is there any public comment on this issue?
No public comment, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any board comment on this? Okay. Mr. Rakestraw, can we take a...
On the roll call?
Yeah.
On the roll call to adopt S.-5 as stated by the chair. Director Williams.
Yes, sir.
Director Latter.
Yes.
Director Barry.
Yes.
Director Thompson.
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor.
Yes.
President Brohart.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
Next item is S6, application for 25-0016, application for variable term program waiver, CBEST and BCLAD, California Commission on Teacher Credentialing, named employees for school year 2024-25. Is there any public comment?
Motion second.
Oh, I'm sorry, is there a motion to approve?
Yes, I motion the adoption of the Board of Education of Resolution number 2425-0070, the application for variable term program waiver.
Second.
And is there any public comment on this?
No public comment.
Is there any board comment? Mr. Rakestraw, can we take a vote, please?
Yes, just note for the record that the student directors and Director Hutchins are absent on the last matter, as well as this matter. Director Williams,
Yes, sir.
Director Berry,
Yes.
Director Thompson,
Yes.
Director Latter,
Yes.
Vice President Batchelor,
Yes.
and President Brohard.
Yes.
Motion's adopted.
All right, thank you, President Brohard. Good evening, board, staff, students, and community. My remarks tonight will preview Superintendent Johnson's mid-year impact report releasing next week. First, beginning with highlighting one of our long-term and dedicated educators. Just before winter break, Principal Roma Groves Waters of Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School received a really well-deserved award when school staff came together for a luncheon at which the Urban League of the Greater San Francisco Bay Area presented her with the Educator of the Year award. Urban League President Ken Maxey presented the award to Ms. Groves-Water and sang her praises, calling her out as the school's quarterback and coach who leads with tenacity and compassion. Elementary School Network Superintendent Leroy Gaines also shared what makes her such a wonderful leader, sharing how she manages the many duties and responsibilities and challenges that principals constantly juggle. Ms. Groves-Waters is emblematic of a successful, long-term OUSD educator whose years of growth and experience in the district benefit not just our students and their families, but school support staff and colleagues. She's in her 29th year in OUSD, having started her career as an academic mentor, then teaching at Roosevelt Middle School, serving as a TSA, or a teacher on special assignment for high schools, acting as the assistant principal at Garfield Elementary, and now she's in her 16th year as principal at MLK Jr. She notes the strong support and development that educators receive when they are part of OUSD as a district benefit that really stands out. Groves-Waters is known for paying this level of support and mentorship forward by always being available to newer teachers and by facilitating leadership opportunities for teachers and even students and their parents. I also want to highlight two stories from the community at McClymonds. 2023 McClymonds High graduate and former football star, JV and the Jet Thomas, is now a star running back for the California Golden Bears, where during the season he was honored as the Jonathan and Judy Hoff Scholar Athlete of the Week for his dedication both on and off the field in the classroom. Javian was called out for regularly checking in with academic support and its coaching staff to ensure he remains on top of all of his work. He also uses academic resources and strategies to enhance his learning, and this past football season, Javian ran for 626 yards and 7 touchdowns. Javian is studying psychology and social welfare with an eye toward working as a therapist in the future. In next week's impact report, you will also learn more about current McClymonds senior Cecilia Vaskinen, who recently received the outstanding news of earning early acceptance to MIT, also known as Massachusetts Institute of Technology, for the fall. Cecilia has attended OUSD schools in West Oakland since kindergarten, matriculating from Prescott Elementary to West Oakland Middle School, and will be attending MIT tuition-free in the fall as she's interested in studying linguistics. Reflecting on her time in OUSD, Cecilia has nothing but praise. She says, "I've lived in West Oakland my entire life, and I've only had incredible experiences at West Oakland schools, from Prescott Elementary to West Oakland Middle to now McClymonds." On the note of our commitment to supporting empowered graduates, next week's impact report will feature a new KDOL-produced video chronicling the stories of 3 students from Castlemont, Oakland High, and Oakland Tech who exemplify our commitment to developing students who are college, career, and community ready. During the January 8th meeting, Superintendent Johnson Trammell highlighted high schools who achieved increases in the 2024 cohort graduation rates, but we also wanted to give a shout out to the high schools that continue to maintain graduation rates at 80% or higher. Those schools are Life Academy with a 95.1% graduation rate, CCPA 91.5, Oakland Tech 91.3, Skyline 91%, Madison Park Academy 88.5, MetWest 87.5%, Oakland High 86.1%, McClymonds 84.1%, and Fremont at 81%. Aligned with our Joyful Schools Initiative area, you will read more about our partnership with the Oakland Lacrosse Club, who is responsible for including the exciting sport of lacrosse to students across our district. Specifically, Oakland Lacrosse Club, or OOC, is committed to providing coaching, training, and equipment in our PE classes to promote the sport for girls and boys. We are excited to share that we will also be expanding boys lacrosse to middle school this year and anticipate 6 schools fielding boys teams in addition to 3 high schools fielding boys lacrosse teams this coming spring at Oakland High, Oakland Tech, and Skyline. Community partnerships remain integral to our collective work with organizations like the Oakland Reach and Collaborative Classroom, who have been essential community partners in our Tier 2 Literacy Liberator programming support, providing our early literacy tutors with professional learning and coaching support. The Oakland Literacy Coalition is another community partner that has continued to be a strong advocate for aligning Oakland literacy ecosystem. The team supported us with launching our external OUSD Literacy Partnership process in October and has been meeting with supplemental providers to help them make shifts to ensure that their direct support to students aligns with OUSD language and literacy framework in our curriculum. Together, these highlights provide a glimpse into the strong progress being made. I invite you to explore the full mid-year report upon its release next week to see the depth of our achievements and the stories behind those successes. Thank you for our continued partnership and commitment to our students and their futures. That concludes the superintendent report, and I will now hand it back to you, President Brohart. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any board questions or comments? I'm sorry, public comments.
Yes, President Bruhart, we have Asalo Bala and Bim Tapscott.
Thank you. 2 minutes?
Thank you for uplifting some good things that are going on in the district, particularly McClymonds. Always gets me going. Unfortunately, there was a mother who came here today with her 2 sons. They haven't been in school since October. And the gentleman here, he'll speak to you because I directed him to speak to her. There should be nothing going on in this district where a child is not in school. And if a decision is made not to have the child in the school, somebody needs to be notified at a higher level as to why this is happening. And it has to do with vaccinations, okay? So please look into this. Again, I'm going to say this. Every child has to be in school. If there's an issue going on, we have to work through that issue and get that child back in the classroom. And they didn't even have independent study recommended under this vaccination issue. So thank you again for the upliftment, but please work on this. And these are 2 black boys.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
No other speakers.
Any board comments? I'm really glad to hear about the lacrosse. People in my family played lacrosse, but I am concerned that it's only the Oakland Club that is open to girls. And if we can develop a boys lacrosse program, I don't know why we can't also address that with girls. There are many girls who play lacrosse. It is a really popular sport. And just a little push to the Oakland Athletic League to also make that available to girls as well. But I think it's the graduation reports, reports were encouraging, really excellent. And again, to echo Ms. Asada, I think the news about the climate students was really encouraging, and thank you for rewarding that. The next item on the agenda is the President's Report. And I know Ms. Asada referenced the letter from Elise Castro, and I am going to read that letter in keeping with the tradition of reading communications from Elise Castro. It's addressed to Dr. Kyla Johnson-Trammell, Superintendent, and members of the Board of Education, Oakland Unified School District, OUSD. RE 2024-2025 First Interim Budget Report Review. Dear Superintendent Johnson-Trammell and members of the board, OUSD filed a negative certification of the district's 2024-2025 First Interim Budget Report. A negative certification means that the district projects it will be unable to meet its financial obligations in either the current or subsequent fiscal years. ACOE has reviewed the report and concurs with the district's negative certification. This is not an abstract problem. Without significant intervention, the district is projected to run out of cash during the 2025-2026 school year, leading to significant destabilization for students and staff, necessitating another bankruptcy loan from the state, and forfeiting local decision-making authority. The next 6 months provide a narrow window of opportunity for OUSD to complete its planned re-envision, redesign, and restructuring 3Rs process. Both the OUSD board and district leadership have appealed to the county superintendent for additional support to accelerate this process under local control. We all agree that the best course of action is for the locally elected board to lead re-envisioning decisions for the next generation of Oakland students. We also agree that this is a last opportunity to provide additional intervention to support the board in their decision-making efforts. A negative certification triggers required intervention from the county superintendent. Specifically, Ed Code Section 42127-6, parentheses E, requires that the county superintendent of schools shall take at least one of the actions described in paragraphs 1 to 5 inclusive, and that all actions are necessary to ensure that the school district meets its financial obligations. 1, develop and impose a budget revision that will enable the district to meet its financial obligations in the current year. 2, stay or rescind any action that is determined to be inconsistent with the ability of the district to meet its obligations in the current or subsequent fiscal year. 3, assist in developing a financial plan that will enable the district to meet its future obligations. 4, assist in developing in consultation with the governing board a budget for the subsequent fiscal year. And 5, as necessary, appoint a fiscal advisor to perform any or all of the duties prescribed above. To date, as the county superintendent since January 2023, I have attempted to provide the minimum but necessary level of oversight to a board that has placed a high value on ending a lengthy period of trusteeship. While the board has made meaningful progress on many fronts, it has also continued to change direction and postpone difficult decisions. Indeed, in its most recent evaluation of the county superintendent's oversight of OUSD, FCMAT describes a troublingly familiar pattern. Although the county superintendent remains focused on the district's recovery, governance, and operational dysfunction within the district continue to hinder effective oversight. A key example is the district's failure to develop and implement a coherent fiscal solvency plan. The recovery process relies on using long-range recovery plan, or FCMAT's comprehensive review, as planning and tracking tools. Instead of using these resources, the district has created multiple alternative plans, which it continues to alter or bypass when faced with difficult decisions. As a result, the district board defers necessary decisions, and when made, they are either rescinded or their implementation is delayed. OUSD ceased to follow the standard long-range recovery plan or fiscal recovery plan expected of districts with a state loan. Instead, a locally defined fiscal vitality plan was created to cover 2018 to 2020. This was replaced by the fiscal sustainability plan for 2021-24, which required actions to be identified in May and approved by the board every June on these 5 broad priority areas. 1, budget and operational practices. 2, budget development and stakeholder engagement. 3, school quality and enrollment. 4, use of restricted resources. 5, ability to make difficult decisions. This did not get completed, which led the board to approving the 2023 to 2026 fiscal sustainability plan that expanded to 10 priority areas. 1, redesign plans. 2, enrollment stabilization. 3, complete remaining 6 vitality plan areas. 4, securing an unqualified financial audit. 5, address one-time shifts from 2023 to 2024 and impact of one-time investments back into the general fund. 6, address deficits in deferred facility maintenance investments. 7, initiate and complete the fiscal systems audit. 8, continue finance department implementation plan. 9, develop multi-year plan of how to adjust the district's size, programs, and initiatives, including a review of the exponential growth in special education. And 10, invest in competitive compensation for all employees. In January 2023, the board rescinded the planned closure of multiple schools without addressing the fiscal impact. Later that year, the board approved significant compensation increases for educators without identifying trade-offs to fund these ongoing commitments. In both cases, board members expressed an understanding of the need to make hard decisions and appealed for more time to engage in better decision-making processes. This time will run out soon. If the board does not make these decisions now, it will rapidly lose the ability to make them at all. I have a deep respect for the commitment of the board trustees and the enormous effort required to govern in challenging circumstances. These are not new challenges, and they are exactly the challenges you and I were elected to address. The 2009 restructuring process identified 3 reasons for restructuring. The district operates too many schools for the number of students in the district. The district operates too many under-enrolled schools and very small schools not otherwise designed to be small. The district does not provide a quality program with adequate services to meet student and family needs in every neighborhood. For the last 15 years, every OUSD board has reached the same conclusion, but created a new plan to address it. Many lessons have been learned. Some are useful. Community schools are effectively meeting community needs. Some are complex. A school choice system creates better options for many, but may reinforce inequity. Some are reactive. Despite frustrations with the status quo, every revised plan reduces confidence in change. This is the current reality. In June 2024, the OUSD board passed the Re-envision, Redesign, and Restructure 3Rs resolution, which commits to 3 separate processes by June 2025. 1, redesign, utilizing the Sustainable Community Schools model to improve equity and student outcomes, identifying 1 school for transformational school redesign in 2024-25. 2, re-envision, a citywide assessment of OUSD's operational footprint to address overcapacity. The board, with the support of the superintendent and staff, will lead a citywide re-envisioning process in 2024-25 to solicit recommendations for the district's future footprint by June 2025. A re-envisioning process to determine Oakland Unified School District's future footprint and a restructuring plan for the district are 2 of the 10 strategies listed on the district's fiscal sustainability plan. 3, restructure, aligning district services, staffing, and resources to long-term fiscal goals. The superintendent is directed, with the support of the board, to engage key stakeholders in a process to develop a plan for the restructuring of the district by June 2025, to be implemented in the 25-26 school year. The plan shall include restructuring of staff formula to schools, restructuring of the CSI division, restructuring of business operations, and restructuring of school site allocations. During fall 2024, the superintendent proposed and the board adopted significant restructuring measures, which are being readied for this spring for full implementation in 2025-26. If successfully implemented, this restructuring will make a significant, but not complete, positive impact on the district's long-term viability. Successful implementation is a massive undertaking requiring many hours of staff time. Also during this period, the superintendent and staff took some steps toward re-envisioning the district footprint, but the process stalled without action. During the spring 2025, ACOE will provide significant support to the OUSD board and staff to complete the re-envisioning plan. This is the last opportunity to support the board to make its own decisions on its own self-determined timeline of June 2025. Actions to ensure the district meets its final obligations. As mentioned above, the county superintendent is required at this time to select from a list of legally mandated interventions, as well as to take all actions that are necessary to ensure that the school district meets its financial obligations. The interventions below were selected to support the board and staff to complete their own 3 Rs process. Both board and staff have identified a need for more capacity and expertise for the board to complete the re-envision process, which is the last best hope for the district to make decisions locally. Per Ed Code Section 42127-6(e), ACOE will assist in developing a financial plan that will enable the district to meet its future obligations. Specifically, the county will support the district board to finalize a re-envisioning plan that enables the district to meet its future obligations, both for educational equity and economic viability. To appoint a fiscal advisor to perform any or all of the duties prescribed above. Specifically, the county will appoint an advisor or team of advisors dedicated to moving the re-envisioning plan to completion by the end of 3 R's timeline of June 2025. All actions that are necessary to ensure that the school district meet its financial obligations, specifically the county, through the support of the fiscal advisor, trustee, and county superintendent of schools, will support OUSD board and staff to streamline and focus board decisions making and staff implementation of the 3 R's process. OUSD will be the only California school district to have both a fiscal trustee and now a fiscal advisor. The fiscal advisor's scope is tailored to support the board's re-envisioning work through June 2025. For the last year, I have spoken of OUSD as approaching a fork in the road. One path leads back to full local control, paying off the loan, exiting trusteeship, and embarking on a new era of sustainable community schools. The other path one paved by refusing to make trade-offs and by deferring hard decisions, leads quickly to another bankruptcy loan from the state and a forfeit of local decision-making authority. We are no longer approaching the fork. We have arrived at it. This spring will require an extraordinary push to make clear decisions toward a vision of a district that prioritizes educational efficacy, equity, and sustainability. The addition of the fiscal advisor is focused exclusively on supporting the board to engage in meaningful and decisive re-envisioning supports this service. OUSD next steps, technical actions. In the coming months, OUSD must continue to make new decisions, implement recent decisions, and sustain work towards ongoing commitments. In a 3-year budget cycle with multiple overlapping legal timelines, many things must happen at once. Actions are focused on the following board-approved OUSD fiscal sustainability plan and grouped into 1, balance the 2025 budget. By February 28, 2025, the staff will fully implement the 2025-26 budget solutions approved by the board at the December 11, 2024 board meeting that do not require subsequent layoff or personnel actions by the board. Staff will take the necessary actions to secure board action on the remaining 2025-26 budget solutions approved by the board at the December 11, 2024 board meeting. The board will vote to approve staff recommendations or present and adopt equivalent budget solutions that alternatively address the $95 million deficit. B, ongoing. Staff will meet with fiscal trustee and ACOE to provide updates on progress toward balancing the 2025-26 budget. Staff will take actions to conserve cash to prioritize and extend its ability to meet payroll obligations to staff, including developing and refining 24-month cash flow projections. 2, develop and approve recommendations for OUSD's future footprint by June 2025. Immediately, ACOE to appoint a fiscal advisor to support the board with this re-envisioning process. The fiscal advisor, with the support from OUSD superintendent and county superintendent, will establish a work plan that prioritizes the board's time on re-envisioning process and minimizes non-essential work through June 2025. In partnership with ACOE and fiscal trustee, OUSD leadership will execute work directed by the fiscal advisor to support the re-envisioning process. By June 30th, 2025, board with the support from the fiscal advisor and OUSD superintendent to complete a citywide re-envisioning process for OUSD's future footprint. OUSD superintendent will assign staff support to complete this process. The board to approve a future footprint for OUSD that will be operationally sustainable for the foreseeable future. ACOE is highlighting concerns in the following areas. Unsustainable budget. By the 2024-25 operating budget has over $959 million in expenses planned, but only $807 million in revenues anticipated. This is a $152 million difference between money going out versus money coming in. Unfinished work to balance the 2025-26 budget. The 2025-26 budget solutions approved by the board on December 11th, 2024 contained $155.1 million impacting personnel, some of which will require personnel actions to be approved by the end of February, and $39 million in one-time temporary budget solutions, meaning sizable reductions will again be needed 1 year from now. Running out of cash. Without finishing the work to implement the 2025-2026 budget solutions, the district projects to run out of cash by an excess of $30 million as soon as November 2025. increasing deficits by making commitments before trade-offs. The board continues to improve compensation increases prior to providing budget reductions to pay for those compensation increases, thereby continuing fiscal distress. Please see the attached report for details we wish to highlight for the board in support of performing its fiduciary duty. We are standing by to support in every way possible. In community, Elise Castro, Alameda County Superintendent of Schools. If there are any board comments, I want to make sure everybody has a copy of the letter. Yeah, and I believe there were copies that were printed out, but if you don't have one, I can.
Okay, I don't have one.
You don't have one? Okay, do you want me to forward this up, or do we have?
We also, yeah, we can get a copy and give it to Director Thompson before he leaves. We also attached it to the president's report. It will come out in the minutes, but in the meantime, if you need to see it on tonight's, as part of tonight's agenda attachment, you won't see it at the bottom, but if you click the file ID number in blue, you will be able to see the attachment, because the report was attached after the stagnant agenda was published.
I'll just get it from the attachment.
Yeah, just attach the
just get
file
from the
ID
attachment.
number of the president's report, and it will lead you to the page that, and at the bottom of that page, you can click the attachment, of which is a letter.
A lot to read, so I want to make sure everybody does take a look at the letter and in a future discussion about it. The next item on the agenda are board reports. Yeah.
Public,
Sorry, public comment.
no public comment, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's right, no public.
Excuse me, I didn't have that one highlighted. If there are individual board, board reports, I know Director, or Vice President Batchelor, you had. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I just want to give a shout out to the Unity Council, Centro Legal de la Raza, La Clínica, and Directors Barry and Brohard, along with city, county, state, and federal electeds today, who gathered at Fruitvale Village to commit our support to our immigrant refugees, students, families, and staff by ensuring that we provide resources and support that they need during this time. Thanks to staff advocacy, Director Aguilera and I were able to share that our district stands in unwavering support of all of our students, families, and staff, regardless of their background, race, country of origin, and immigration status. Every student in our district deserves a safe, welcoming, and nurturing environment to succeed. And that's why in 2026, our board passed a sanctuary resolution reaffirming our commitment as a sanctuary district. This policy ensures that we protect the confidentiality of our students' and families' immigration status and provides clear guidance on how we respond to events around immigration activity. I'm proud to say that we are not alone in supporting our community. The Unity Council's website has now more information as to how folks can get resources and tap into resources from Centro Legal de la Raza, La Clínica, and again, other city and county supports. And these supports are for all immigrants and refugees and their community. We know that many of our families have mixed immigration statuses, so any of these organizations can be reached out to get support and get information, get very timely information. This community support and people power is really the way that we're gonna preserve and protect our entire community, and I wanna thank those folks that were at the press event. And again, just reiterate the fact that this is not just an issue for our immigrant community, this is our issue for the entire Oakland community, because it is really in our DNA that we are a diverse community. And so we need to ensure that every single person in our community feels safe, supported, and loved, regardless of their immigration status, regardless of their race, regardless of their sexual orientation. So again, I was really proud to be there and proud to have my board colleagues stand with us to make sure that our community understands their rights and has the information they need to be able to protect themselves and their families.
Yes, thank you for sharing that. I thought that was really important, and the work continues. And I, would love to have a board-wide conversation about what we can do moving forward. I could have said this in response to the reading of the letter, but I, in my district, have been trying to meet, especially with principals, but also with parents and other community members, because I don't love that I don't have the benefit, being a few weeks into the role, of having more nuanced conversations to understand the implications of the decisions we have to make moving forward. But I do believe it's still possible to gain some of that understanding so that we can make really sound, thoughtful decisions, and then I still have that responsibility right now. So I'm doing that work in my district right now. I'm eager to talk to community school managers in my district, some of whom I've already started talking to. I used to have that job and do that work. I do understand the value of the 12-month position. And so I want to make sure that as we make decisions along the way, we continue to be creative. I think the spirit of the 3 R's process is something that I value. I think we are in a place where we're making decisions that sound like there are things that we have to cut. I still think with the months ahead, there's an opportunity for us to do some visioning around how we can ensure quality education for students with the resources that we have, and then backwards plan into some of the decisions. And so I really want to do that work with communities and want to understand how as a board we can work together, but also continue to listen to people in my district about the things that we can lift up. I also just want to flag that I really loved the Teaching and Learning Committee meeting yesterday. I hope that we can use these spaces to have some of those dialogues as well. It was sobering to hear about the 2,400 students who are experiencing homelessness right now. It was sobering to hear how much work it really does take across the system of care in order to serve our foster youth. These are the kinds of services that I think are at risk given the landscape that we're in right now. And so I really want to figure out how we can protect some of those services over the next few months. And then the last thing I wanted to say for the benefit of the public is that as I'm continuing to have conversations with folks in my districts, I am starting to have these office hours in my district, and it's the third Saturday at 10 a.m. The first one will be at Hasta Muerte in my district, and we may change location after that, but February 15th at 10 a.m., folks will be able to drop in and find me there, and I look forward to seeing and hearing from community at that time.
Thank you. Any other board reports?
Yeah, just share a little bit in regards to teacher and learning. Thought it was really powerful presentations we've had to really understand the work that is actually going on within our district. We had a really powerful presentation by Director Raquel Jimenez for Office of Equity. And it just really talks about the targeted strategies that are taking place, our targeted strategy student specialists that are supporting our African American Latino students. We have, African American female excellence is working in 13 schools, African American male excellence working in 22 schools, Arab American is working in 19 schools, Pacific Islanders are working in 14 schools, and our Latino student achievement is working in 22 schools. It just shows the hard work and the really deep investment that our district, our Office of Equity is doing. And they had 8 positions reduced from last year, and they still are very strong and passionate in doing the work because that work is really needed, especially in the economic times that we have and the social times that we have. Just really trying to tap into our young folks and help them develop a sense of belonging, confidence, and the ability to continue to have hope that investing in themselves will produce results down the line. And so it's been such powerful work that has been taking place with our Office of Equity. I'm just so proud of that, and I will continue to advocate for our coaching facilitators, our collaborators, and just continuing to build a relationship with lots of data that it is actually working. Just really quickly, want to read out the theory of action. It says, if we implement targeted strategies and anti-racist, anti-ableist learning, language access, focus on engaging students furthest from opportunity and partner with their families, then we will create a culture and conditions needed to increase the literacy, attendance, A through G completion rates for African American, Latino, Arab American, and Pacific Islander students. I think we need, as a board, to continue to think, what is our theory of action as we move forward to make the decisions that are necessary to really move our district forward and stop kicking the bucket down the line, because there's no more room to do that. And I am done. Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly state in my board report that tomorrow we're going to be having our first Charter Matters Committee meeting. And so Director Thompson, Director Williams, looking forward to talking with you there. Invite community to come. We just had went through a process where 9 charter schools renewed. We're going to be having another 6 come before the board this fall. And so tomorrow we're going to be talking about some of the updates from the charter office and talk about some of the learnings that we had from that to potentially propose changes to policy. This would be a good time to come talk to the committee and also start talking about our work plan for the committee as we, again, prepare for the next renewal cycle and Prop 39 requests, as well as updates on appeals from any charter schools that were not renewed by ourselves and the county. And I I'll leave it there for now. Thanks.
I want to thank you, Director Williams, for watching the clock. That was great. I appreciate that. I also want to thank Mr. Rakestraw for helping me through the arduous process here. With that, is there any new legislative matters? There are no new legislative matters. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.